We are going to get started. We have an amazing person here this morning who's been online waiting for us for quite a while.
Whoa, Ethan!
Everyone.
Yeah, hey Ethan. Ethan Terra is here with us. He is back home in my home state of California. He's in Los Angeles. And he is author of The Next Gold Rush, a book he recently put out. He's an author, podcast host, and entrepreneur. Ethan has been driven to follow his passions and curiosities, and this has led him to believe in the value of people and the power that cryptocurrency can bring to not only their own lives, but to all of humanity. He has an incredibly interesting concept to share with us today, and Lawrence pointed to it in his talk a couple days ago. So I've been online kind of researching Ethan's book and learning more about it, and I know that he has an amazing talk for us today. So thank you to all of you who are tuned in online, and all of you who've come almost on time this morning. So welcome, Ethan. I will pass over to you. Thank you so much for being here. Take it away.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. So I just want to first off start with who I am, why should you care what I have to say? I'm basically just someone who got really curious about cryptocurrency and went down the rabbit hole in 2018. So my journey began right around at the time of the Bitcoin bubble. Does anyone remember when Bitcoin was around $20,000 and that was like a big deal to everyone? that was when I decided to go down the rabbit hole and be like, what is this crypto thing? What is blockchain? And started asking myself these questions, and I realized that there was so much that blockchain technology could do for the world in so many ways that it could transform society. And so that just got my wheels turning. And that process in 2018 of being like, what is the next big thing? What is the next gold rush? That's what ended up having me come up with this, my big idea, which is my talk for today. It's what is the next gold rush? Well, if you've seen my book, it's the future of investing in people, right? And I want to talk about that in detail. But first, I just want to explain where I started and where it's come today, and then connecting that back to NFTs. So I think this story is interesting. I hope you learn a lot from it, and I hope you have lots of questions at the end. So keep your questions in mind, and at the end of this talk, I'm happy to answer them. So back in 2018, I had this idea at an entrepreneurship event. I was in attendance of like 30 other entrepreneurs in my local college community. And I remember asking myself, why is there not a way to invest in the entrepreneur? Like you can invest in the startup, like the business, but there's no way to invest in like the founder or creator of the startup. And I started thinking that would make so much sense. Like imagine investing in Elon Musk before he became this hugely successful person with like SpaceX and Tesla. If you could invest in Elon Musk back when he was working at PayPal, imagine the value of Elon Musk coin today. It would be like astronomical. You would be almost just as wealthy as he is, right? Because you invested in him early into his entrepreneurial career. So that way to invest in an entrepreneur, in a person, like that's what got my wheels turning. And once I realized that it doesn't have to be just an entrepreneur, it could be any person. Like it could be you guys in the audience. I could invest in each one of you, and there's value there, right? There's ways to invest in people and value from that relationship with people that we're just not capturing today. It just that value just goes in other places, and we're actually losing a lot of value in society because we don't really value the relationships that we have with people. So that idea of investing in like an Elon Musk person, that's where it started, but it's gotten so much bigger from there. The next step I was thinking was that really everyone is an influencer, right? If you think about social media is this really interesting phenomenon. In the last like 20 years, everyone has a social media account. We're all building relationships and networks online, but the value of those networks, those relationships, they actually are being captured by those social media giants like Facebook and you know Snapchat and all the other social media companies, Twitter. Like they are the ones who get the advertising revenue from our networks. And I was thinking, why is that the case? Like if you have a network that you've built over like your whole life, why is it that only the social media companies benefit the most? And even if you look at influencers, right? Like some of the biggest influencers, they make money based off sponsorship deals, like subscription revenue, like Patreon. Like it's just not efficient. It's not the best way that we could be capturing the value of the influencer and follower relationship. And so in my book, The Next Gold Rush, I wrote a chapter where I actually thought about this in detail, and that why is it that followers that are spending all of their time and energy building the brand of an influencer by promoting their like music, let's say, or their artwork to their networks, telling all their friends about it, like the followers really don't get any of the value of the growth of the influencer. But if there was a way to invest in the influencer with like a coin, then when you're early on to like an influencer's network before they get big, the follower would also benefit. So really this idea is creating, like, transforming our relationships that we have with everyone in society to become a win-win relationship. If I'm investing in every single one of you in the audience, I'm more invested in your success, right? If you're investing in me, I want to support you. Like it becomes this reciprocal relationship, and it's not like a zero-sum game where, I just want everyone to be my follower, and then as soon as I get millions of followers, I just forget about my audience. Like that wouldn't be the case, because I would be just as invested in my community as my community is invested in me. I feel like that win-win and like transformational way of investing in people, that's what we need in society to really have this new awesome ecosystem where everyone is super supportive of one another. I think that'd be really awesome. So that's my big idea. It's called Challenge Coin in my book. I got there from researching back in 2018, and the journey from 2018 till now has not been one that I could have ever mapped out. It was just really interesting. I went from writing a book during the pandemic to now working with my publisher and turning books into NFTs and turning communities and people into these win-win relationships I was talking about. So that's how this is connected to NFTs. It's book NFTs. That was my thinking when I ran my campaign back last year. I had a crowdfunding campaign, and I was thinking, what if I could turn my book into an NFT? What would that look like? And so I realized that when I was offering a book NFT, I had to understand what brings NFTs value today. And so I came up with 4 pillars of NFT value. The first pillar is one that probably everyone is familiar with. It's scarcity, right? If you think about it, all NFTs are is like a scarce digital asset. You're saying there's a limited number of this asset, and for that reason, it's valuable. So scarcity is the first pillar. The second pillar is access. You can add access because, for instance, you can have access to me as the creator or author of the book NFT. You can have access to the community, right? Maybe I want to create a book club that you can only access if you buy my book NFT. So access to the second pillar. The third pillar is ownership, right? I can think of ownership in many different ways. I was trying to think about ownership for my book, that maybe I want to sell a quote from my book, and that could be part of owning the book, is you own a specific part of it, like real estate of a book. Or ownership could be, ownership of the audiobook or a physical asset connected to the book. There's so many different ways that ownership could be thought of in the NFT space, but I think that's the third pillar. And then the most valuable pillar, in my opinion, is royalties. So let's say I wanted to sell a book NFT where every time I have book sales, like for the year, you get a percentage of those book sales. Like, of course, you're going to want to invest in that, because that has, actual value, income, like a revenue stream that you would get from that NFT. So those are like the 4 pillars of value that I see today in the NFT space. And that's what I was trying to experiment with for my own book NFTs. So then, thinking about this book NFT thing, I was like, how can I turn this book NFT like into an MVP, like a prototype of my big idea? So that also was like another interesting thought experiment that got me thinking about, well, wouldn't it kind of be like on my book, how you see like a picture of my face and it looks like it's a digital asset? Like it looks like a cryptocurrency, but it's my identity. I think a personal token as an NFT could be a great use case, like a prototype of my big idea. You could have it very specific of, I want to sell X number of Ethan NFTs, Ethan Terra NFTs, because I want to raise money for this project or this thing I'm working on. And then exchange for that, maybe you get royalties of what you're working on, maybe you get ownership of the final product, or another one is access to me as like another way to add value to it. So I think what I'm trying to do is I have this long roadmap of where I want this world of investing in people to be. But I think starting off testing very specific ideas in the NFT space is a really awesome opportunity because it's still testing those essential win-win relationship things, right? Like once you want access to the person you're investing in, when you want to be able to make sure they're actually being a success and they're working towards their goals, like you assume they are when you invest in them, like all those things could be accomplished in the NFT space. And so I'm specifically targeting book NFTs because there's this really interesting thing in the publishing industry where authors and readers, like their relationship is also not being captured. And so if you're able to capture the reader community and have them invest in the author and their book, then you're more likely to have people who want to promote your book. And so it actually becomes this win-win relationship between the NFT that the reader community is buying and then the author and like sales of their books. And I think that's a really like very specific use case that I'm testing right now in order to eventually get into the broader market of, okay, now I want to just test influencers and followers, right? And then even bigger than that, I want to test entrepreneurs and their customers or investors. So I kind of see the world in this interesting way of everyone has a relationship that we're not capturing effectively, and the next gold rush is for the first time in human history being able to put a value on those relationships and then have it so that everyone wins when both people get to capture the value of it. So that's my big idea in a nutshell. I'm going to quickly talk about my roadmap going forward, and then I'd love to open it up to Q&A. So, like I said, NFTs I think are the perfect kind of tool for experimenting with blockchain technology use cases. And so I'm taking my idea and I'm turning that into an NFT so that I can test it quickly to see if this is actually something that people would do naturally. There's something, a behavior that people want to do, want to experiment with. And then from there, connecting like your personal identity to an NFT so that there's a digital asset people can trade, and then trying to connect that to a specific behavior of people wanting to invest in you and support you along that journey. So building a community around your personal identity NFT, and then going one step further and creating a whole cryptocurrency where now anyone can invest in you. It doesn't have to be for a specific goal, but your whole life now you can have goals that you're raising funds for and building a community along the way. So that's kind of like my big roadmap in a nutshell, and that's what I'm talking about in my book as well. So thank you so much for listening. If you have questions, I love to interact with all of you. But yeah, that's my talk.
Good.
Awesome. Wow. Thank you so much, Ethan. This was really, really fascinating. Do we have any questions here in our live audience? I could literally do Q&A with him for about the next 30 minutes. So if anyone has questions, I have like 1,500. But any questions here?
Well, okay, just a quick question on the NFTs that you're creating. Would they be 721 NFTs or 1155 NFTs, where you would have like one of many or just single individual ones? What would you recommend in that kind of situation?
So I'm kind of having a little trouble hearing you, but were you talking about which type of NFT?
Would the NFTs that you're talking about related to the personal brand, the personal future, etc., would they be 720 ERC 721 or ERC 1155 in your opinion?
So I think the first one 721, but really the way that I'm seeing this is that you should be able to kind of experiment with both, right? Because for like scarcity, for instance, you want to have a limited number of NFTs because you want people to feel like they're in an exclusive community where you're not just flooding the market with more NFTs. So I would actually say that having scarcity as the baseline where you have a limited number and then focusing there and then building on top of that would be how I would go about creating this. But I'm sure there's many ways you could experiment. Um, I don't know if that answered your question exactly, but yeah.
Yeah, well, meaning, actually, he kind of summarized it at the end, right? But the, I guess the question would be related to, all right, let's say, for example, we have one Ethan Turner NFT where there's
Mhm.
100 of them, and then there's another Ethan Turner NFT with a funny hat where there's 10 of them. And each one has maybe different utility compared to a single image of Ethan Turner that is a 721, which would which would be, in your opinion, easier to create a following with or selling or a community with?
So for an example that I just worked with recently, I launched 10 NFTs on the DeSo blockchain, like decentralized social, and those NFTs are very specific to a book club that I want to create. And so it's not necessarily like I think being very specific about what it is your goal is going to help you decide what type of NFT to create. So for my first example, I want to create like super fans. I want to find the 10 most enthusiastic people that want to be a part of this journey with me. And so creating just 10 and adding as much value as possible would be like a super um, I would say invested and also engaged audience. And so starting small and then building from there, you could have another class of NFTs that is 100, but maybe you don't add as much value to it, but at least they give you access to the community, like, so kind of trying to decide what value to distribute in what forms. Like that's how I'm thinking about this.
Got it. Thank you.
Really interesting. Any other questions from the floor? Yeah, Lauren?
Hey, Ethan, Lawrence here. As you know, I'm in the early stages of writing a new book. What would be your advice to me and others in the room who are writing books, and I was just talking to the gentleman who's the next speaker, who is going through the process as well. This early on, what should we be thinking in terms of creating and designing NFTs, building the audience, marketing as we go through, crowdfunding at the beginning, lots of ideas there. What are the one or two words of wisdom or key things you tell us to focus on?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry, I'm just having trouble. It's like,
Okay. What are one or two things authors should focus on where NFTs are concerned to build the opportunity for the book?
for books specifically. So I think there's a lot of interesting examples already out there for like book NFTs. Usually though, they're for people who already have a large following and they're just trying to add like extra value, like in terms of, like the book cover. You could sell that, for instance. And, why would people care about buying a book cover just by itself? Like it doesn't really make sense to just sell the artwork. So what I think is the most valuable for books is you have the artwork as like the first level of value. So for myself, I created this book cover. I created 10 book NFTs, but then I also added that you can, be a part of an exclusive book club where we could read this book together and talk about ideas. So that's another level of value. And then on top of that, you have a one-on-one with the author, me. So now you're forming a relationship with the author, the creator of the book. Like that's another level of value. And then I haven't done this one yet, but I would say that creating a way for you to disperse like dividends of royalties from your books, like that would make someone so invested in helping you sell your books, right? If now you have other people who are like co-authors or like co-owners of your book, then they're going to want to help you by getting you speaking gigs or getting your book in libraries or bookstores. Like, so I actually think adding a royalty level or some ownership level to a book NFT would create like co-owners of your book that would help you sell more of your books at the end of the day. So that's how I would think about it.
I could see you completely disrupting the publishing industry with these ideas, because there's really zero reason to have a publisher anymore if we go about it the way you're looking at it. Ethan, could you check the chat? Because my understanding is there's a question for you there. I can try to find it on my side if you're having difficulty.
Yeah, Vania messaged something. Should I read that?
There you go.
Everyone? Okay,
I'm
so
going to read
Vania
it just for
Tamara.
people here, Ethan. Are you reading it out? Because the people here probably can't read it.
Yeah, so Vania said, we are already in the midst of building this IPO initial people offering platform. What do you think is the biggest challenge to adoption at this moment in time? And how will this affect the idea of personal knowledge container? So I'm not sure what personal knowledge container is, so I can't speak to that. But that's really cool that they're already building a platform for an initial like people offering. In my book, I call that initial public person offering, because I think that you would need to have a difference between a public person and a private person. I don't think everyone is going to want to have a cryptocurrency that's connected to them. I think that some people are just going to want to invest in other people. So having like a public versus private coin would be a really important feature for this platform. And then in terms of the biggest challenge, I think that the biggest challenge still is education, which is why I wrote a book about it. Like if we don't know why we're creating a cryptocurrency that's connected to our value, we're not going to understand how empowering it really is. So educating people about the importance of like understanding how blockchain works, also understanding why, it's not always like rainbows and butterflies. Just yesterday, I got scammed through my MetaMask wallet. So even someone like me who knows a lot about cryptocurrencies can still get scammed. So I feel like there's going to need more regulation, education, and just in general, like an understanding of the power of cryptocurrency is that there's no one to rely on. You can't call your bank and say, please reverse this crypto transfer. So as soon as you click send or submit, like it's gone. I think understanding those things is going to be really important for this industry. Anyone have any other questions? I feel like it's cool that people are creating a
Ethan,
platform.
we're losing you a little bit on the side.
A quick tangent.
On our side, so we're going to try to get that.
Sorry, what?
I'm guessing it's our side, Ethan, but you're just coming in and out quite a bit. There is another question for you. Let's see if we're able to hear you when you answer, but hold on one second.
Hi, Ethan. First of all, thank you for your vision and thank you for what you're doing. It's so beautiful, especially investing in people. Like to me, that is just like what's so good, wanted and needed on the planet. So thank you for having this be in the lexicon now. My question is this, and why did you start with the reason that you started crowdfunding first before you went into what you're doing now, the NFTs? Is it so that you could get your community around you?
So sorry, you kind of cut out for a second, but was the question about crowdfunding for the book? Why did that?
Why did you start with crowdfunding? Why did you start with crowdfunding? Was that to get your community behind you?
Yeah. So I worked with a hybrid publisher called New Degree Press, and they're hybrid because at the end of the process, I own 100% of the book. So I basically pay them up front for the cost of publishing, and then at the end, when I'm done like revising the book and working with my editors and all that, I get to do whatever I want with the book. Like I could give it out for free if I wanted because I own it 100%. So that was the power of crowdfunding. But also, like you said, I was able to reach out to my entire network and let them know I was writing a book. So I have a community now around my book before I even published it because I was able to crowdfund the book. So I guess there's multiple reasons, but one of them was paying the publisher upfront, and then the second one was creating a community to let them know I was writing a book before I published it.
Okay, Ethan, we're going to be devouring the recording of this so that we can get the clear version of what you just said, but we did get a good idea. What we got to get support before publishing. Is that correct? You're trying to build that community and kind of build up the interest in the book before you publish? Yeah. And I
Right.
think the other thing that's really important that you mentioned is the fact that you're hybrid publishing, because you have a lot more control over your content, and you have a lot more ways that you can use it, right? I mean, my book's through a London publisher, so I only have copyright of my text. So I'm really limited in how I can then repurpose that, right? Maybe more like what they're doing with Bookcoin or something like that with Mark Manson's little quotes. But I can't use my cover imagery. I can't use a lot of those things because I don't technically own them anymore, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, because
yeah,
I own 100% of my book, so I can turn it into an NFT if I want, but not everyone can do that.
Yeah, and that's why I see you really disrupting the publishing industry with these ideas, because it gives power back to the authors to build their community and following. Do we have any other questions here on the ground? No? Okay, well, I have a ton, but I could keep you here all day. I want to bring up just kind of a challenging idea. I don't mean to challenge your ideas, but something devil's advocate here, because I can also see real danger in this kind of attaching a value to people's lives sort of concept, right? I like what you just said about public versus private tokens, and not everybody wants to be listed with a value and all of that, and they just want to invest in others. But I mean, it almost reminds me of a lot of what we hear coming out of China, that they're having point systems, they're watching people, there's no privacy. I mean, could this, although you have the best intentions, could this technology and the ideas that you're coming up with now be used for a very different style of control of people and valuing of humans?
Yeah. So I get that question a lot, actually, which is that, like, at the most extreme example is, could this be another slave market or something? I'm like, honestly, if I thought this could turn into a slave market, I would never pursue it. Like, so to answer your question, what I think could happen is that people could create their own cryptocurrency, right? But then when they have people invest in them, let's say someone buys all of their coins, right? They're 100% investor. That doesn't mean that they own you. Like, they can't force you to do anything. But like the way that, like, I use this as an example, like if I was creating this coin at 18 years old in order to crowdfund my college education, my number one investor would probably be my parents, right? And so if you think of your parents as like your number one investor, they can tell you what to do and they can like heavily influence your life, but they're not like, you're not slaves to your parents, right? So that's the kind of analogy I would use for this, is that yes, you want to like keep your investors happy, but they don't like control your day-to-day life. They just like may influence it more than anyone else in your network. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you see the influencer or the author, thought leader, content creator as being the person who has authority over how much access they offer. Because I'm also thinking now that you say that, it's like a company that gets investors, and then you have a certain responsibility to those investors. But you're saying that really it's going to be up to the individual how much access they give or what they offer back to the people who have invested in them.
Yeah, like another example, I found this out recently. There's someone named Mike Merrill who's the first publicly traded person. He's been doing this since 2008. He, when Bitcoin was created, and what he did is he created his own private database, and he offered, I think it was like 10,000 shares of himself. And this was something that he just thought to do to like turn his community into like capitalism, like take on community. And it's very similar to like my idea, except he goes one step further, which he lets his community vote on certain activities in his life. So the way that he sees his community is as some people that are invested in his well-being and want the best for him. And so he offers like life decisions that he's contemplating. Like one of them was like, should I get a vasectomy? And people voted on that. Now, I'm not saying that everyone should do that, but for him, that's what he wanted to do with his
This is the
community.
ultimate reality show, the ultimate reality TV show right here of like
Yeah.
letting the audience vote and decide on your life. I mean, it's an incredible concept. Let me see, somebody's written in the chat, this is Vania as well, could also crowdfund social impact, for example, funds to volunteer in countries to assist with famine, etc. Yeah, that was regarding the question she asked earlier.
Yeah.
Really, really
The,
interesting, Ethan.
the interesting thing about that is that if you think about value as like what we decide to value as a society, right now we value greed, right? Like we value people who work on Wall Street or who like work their way up the corporate hierarchy. But if you also value people who do volunteerism and social impact, why can't we invest in those people? Or like teaching, for instance, right? We should have a way to invest in our teachers so that they also benefit financially for doing like social good. So I think that this also has a lot of applications for helping social good be more of a priority in our society.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ethan, for being here. This has been so educational and inspiring and definitely given me a lot to think about because I'm also an author and content creator, and I know a lot of people in our community over the last few days are in similar situations. So very, very interesting. I will definitely be connecting with you and hope we can do a Zoom call sometime soon to learn more, and I'll be ordering your book as well. What is the best place for us to get our hands on your book? I mean, should we be buying it as an NFT or should we be ordering on Amazon? Where do you want us to go?
That's a good question. I don't usually tell people to go buy it as an NFT, but because of this summit, maybe that makes sense. I would say you can do it either way, but definitely connect with me either way. I love talking with people about this. I feel like sometimes when you think about the worlds differently like this, where you just see people like the people at this summit as people that you can invest in, like it just changes your perspective. Like you want to get to know everyone because you see them as a potential benefit to your life and theirs and vice versa. So I love to connect with everyone. That's why I have my social media stuff. Reach out to me and yeah, thank you.
Very cool. Thank you so much for sitting down. Thank you, Ethan. All right. Wow, that was fantastic. I mean, I don't know if it's just me that has personal interest in it, but I thought that was really, that gives us a lot to
the marginal person in Indonesia. What we call it is ally. Jamet is Jawa Metal, this is just like that. So it's the voice of the middle low class of Indonesia. They sell it very cheap, starting at 50,000 for 200 NFTs. And I'm quite surprised that it's already has a lot of people sold out about this one. So it means, for me, it's like a sign that the NFT is not only for the elite Jakartans or the elite middle up class intellectual in Indonesia. They're already going further, but still in the younger generation. What I mean the younger generation is like people 25 to younger. So this is very interesting. This was like the space, right? It's very Indonesia, it's very little know, they don't have a big voice in society. It's kind of, for maybe for yesterday, it's talking about the diversity. This is their voice and their behavior and their stuff. And then what's next? Yeah, this is the NFT ecosystem that we already mapping. So who is the marketplace and then the community and then the project? I think Bali first will be presenting today, right? At least I connected him today. We will be presenting 7 minutes as well. So you can talk with them. This is some of the projects. This is the educator. So ID NFT was endorsed by the government. And NFT Academy, it's more on the middle low because I also joined the community. Because I really want to totally understand this ecosystem in Indonesia. I want to know what's happened with the industry and what's going on. And then there's a launchpad like Majalah and Artifact Utopia. Utopia is also very unique. They are not only a launchpad, but also a taste maker. Because they can make it like, okay, when they agree together, like we want to buy this NFT, they will be like, okay, the price will be very high. But still, it's very for short-term investment for them. It's not like what I hear from yesterday. It's all about relationship, about community, about anything. But in here, we want to see the quick money. But I know, I understand, because when I talk with some of the industry players, speculation is like the nature of when the industry is very still immature. So a lot of people trying to speculate. But it also will be dangerous because some people in Indonesia will not believe it because they think it's a bubble only. They just thinking, oh, it is for people to do the crime, to do the speculations, to do the money laundering. Because now Indonesia is very hot. A lot of people are arrested because of the money laundering. For any reason, even for the extremists. They do the money laundering, and I already see like some of organizations will do the money laundering to the NFT and project funding to the NFT. So there's a lot of things that we can do with, yes, and the government must be kept up very fast about this one. I already, because I have a connection with the government, I always say, well, this is something that you must also be worried about. This is you must be, the police, you must also know that this can be an opportunity for them to do that. I know there's a lot of people who will be very optimistic to do a lot of good things. But in this chaotic society, there's a lot of people desperate to get money. Some people in the pandemic era didn't have money, and then a lot of people have they get a good things, even from the extremists, they will do it. So I hope that we can use this ecosystem, the opportunity for the good things like what we have been discussing for the studio, these 3 days. And then this is the opportunity that I already spotted from the market. First, this big chunk proportion of young generation. What the government says as a surplus population bonus, right? But for me, it's quite a big challenge. Yes, we have a lot of young generations, but their education is very low. And then the government must supply them with a lot of jobs. And what kind of skill that they need. I think the government is also like very headache about this one because they must provide a lot of jobs. And other hand, there is some technology that will change them because a lot of people just do the work, the job that maybe not fit in with their skill and opportunity. That's why I wanted to mapping that one. And then abundant credit resources. I think Indonesia is very creative. Like I already see like some creative cluster in Bali, Bandung, in Jogja. You know what? The same day, there is also an NFT festival in Jogja right now. One of the biggest NFT exhibitions in Indonesia. In Bali, there's Digital Fest, just end up yesterday. In Jakarta, last week. And then even there's a lot of NFT projects. We have a lot of artists. But I think the challenge is we don't have a lot of people who can make a very strategic NFT project. So this is a classic factor that I already say. Many education for art, that's all. I think in Bali itself, lots of education, vocational school and everything for the study. And then that's why my takeaway from this, as long as my research 3 months or 4 months. So how Indonesia can be part of the global supply chain in the metaverse economy? Because that's the question that has been coming to me after so many months I was here. I would say like, okay, in the Web 1 or Web 2.0, China became the where producing, manufacturing all of the gadgets, right? India is the software generator. Where is Indonesia? America and other countries become the big idea where it comes from. Indonesia become happily to be the customer. Because we never thinking and we never clustering what we can do. Of course, in this new era of metaverse, what I can see like Indonesia became the powerhouse for production of manufacturing. Like yesterday in the event, I see like there is one studio, multimedia studio in Bali. They can do the 3D modeling, make a picture, painting, and everything. I think that's the part of Indonesia can do. The blockchain, I think it will be still in India. They have a lot of programmers. But in Indonesia, I hope the government also will make really focusing on the clustering. You cannot dream to be like, oh, the powerhouse for the blockchain technology. I think only a dream. Because it needs so many years to build a lot of good IT schools, right? And it's not part of our DNA. The DNA of Indonesia is creative. But they're not making the project. I just say like, for example, someone from US, they have a project of NFT, and they need some people to work for the picture and everything. It will be easier. The vocational school will provide them with the resources, a cheaper resources rather than they build it in America, for example, right? Like for example, right now, sculpture from Bali, where it's going to anywhere all over into the world, right? But in the digital economy, it will be much cheaper because we don't need logistics. There is no problem about the backlog of shipping, like what's happening right now. And Bali is very suffering about this economy. But sadly, when I talk with some of people in the Bali community, they say, okay, you must transform how you make money in Bali, not only depend on the tourism industry. How? We cannot do anything except we cannot back again to the agriculture. No, I don't think about the agriculture. But thanks God, the good news. I just go to the Fest last week, and then the government already committed Bali will be the hub, digital hub for all over the world. So government will provide for the infrastructure, especially for the internet connection. And then they try to attract a lot of digital talent schools to Bali so they can work from Bali. That's the point that I think this is very important to understand. Because Bali has a lot of creative people. I meet with like the Bali first, one Rakajana is one of the creative. He has a school to teach all this youngster generation in Bali how to do the digital art. I think this can be the potential. But even when I talk to Rakajana, he doesn't get the connection like what I need to be like, oh, you can do this to be part of this global ecosystem. But that's a very interesting point. And then next, the challenge. This is the challenge for Indonesian market. If you want to make it a massive, because I'm not about a very elitist like in here. I think I'm very enthusiastic and very believe on this one. But when you talk about the massive market, they still, especially in Asia, and actually they're talking about the digital art. But actually, actually it's a lot of things, right? In Indonesia, and actually only digital art. It's when it means that you're selling the defect, and then after that you do for speculation and short-term investment because they want a short of money. That's a problem, and it's not easy even to convince a very intellectual person if they are from the older generation because they don't really understand. I also don't understand, but I must learn. After the 3 months, I discussed with my book writer partners. So I said, oh, this is actually an NFT. It's not only about digital art. And sometimes even they mess up with NFT and crypto. They say like NFT always connect with crypto. It's one package, but actually it's not one package, right? That's why in the books I know talk to them. Yes, there is in the metaverse ecosystem. There is a lot of 5 pillars in the metaverse that it can be built separately. People don't really understand that. People just only worry when you're talking about, if you just randomly ask people, do you know metaverse? And mostly concerns about how I can make a job and make money in the metaverse era. Well, I lost my job. It's very sad for me, but that's something that I must do to try to solve. Because if not, there will not revolution 4.0, but social revolution. And the government actually, thanks to the government and the entrepreneur association already understand that part because it's very crucial. And I see a lot of people that trying to talk with this ideal people about the situation. And then, yes, no regulation or protection from the government. Right now, a lot of people, even in Asia, there's a lot of scams making, and then they use the influencers. And you must understand, in this context, influencers, celebrities have a very big role in terms of influencing the middle of the uneducated people. Sometimes they must make a loan to do a short-term investment, and they put it on the NFTs, or they put it on the people that don't have a very good project, or even don't have any project at all. And they lost the money because this middle is not only they're uneducated, they want something short term, and they just don't have any protection. If someone's they see it in the TVs and say, "Oh, this project is very good," they will just follow it, and that's happened a lot. And then that's why we need regulation from the government because when it's just only with a limited community, you are very critical, right? You can understand. Like yesterday, when we talked about association blockchain information, you must check by blah 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 blah. Yes, it's on your mindset because you are a very intellectual person. But can you imagine someone who is never know about this one? They just say like just get a promise like a dream. Oh, when you buy this NFT and you get 1,000% profits in 1 month, and if you can redeem it when you want to be Idul Fitri, so you can buy a course. That's simple for Indonesians, and they don't believe it. They even don't read it. They don't read all this project scenario and everything. They don't read it. They just trust it. And then some of the projects use influencer, YouTubers, TV actors, and everything. And some of them that's why lost money. And then digital literacy. And the funny things about, for example, like in with the Gozak X, a lot of people in a rush go to the OpenSea. It is very funny. They take a photo with their own identity card because they're dreaming. Because Ghazali will be very famous because of his selfie photos. And then they just say, okay, I want to be like Ghazali because I want to get billion rupiah again with just my selfie, with the Scarcity. You can imagine that this is a privacy and everything, right? And it's blockchain, it cannot be deleted. They don't really understand about that. It's very funny, but it's very sad for me. It's super sad. Even my friend, like he's a very intellectual, he's already getting from master degree. How I can sell an NFT? Like, oh, you must get a project. No, but I see Ghazali just do it. But Ghazali is there is a market maker. I know they do it, making them like that. But I know what the internet is good to make education, but a lot of false dream for a lot of people. And then this is like a perception of bubble. So for the intellectual people, some of them like, oh, this is only a bubble. Rather than they are very eager in terms of the technology because these people, like the one that will be also influencing the government, the regulator. it will be challenging also because if we are very conservative, we will be lag behind of other countries also, right? But at the same time, the government must also protect the society. The majority of the society is not very competent in terms of this technology. That's why I hope this book will address to a lot of a big problem. I'm not talking about the very specific to industry or marketing or everything, but I will talk about the social. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Steve. Absolutely fascinating. Do we have any questions from the audience? I do have one quick one.
Yeah.
We are running very short on time. We need to get to the next speaker, but I thought you brought up some really interesting ideas around the fact that there's so much creativity here in Indonesia, and yet we're lacking the kind of entrepreneurship, business knowledge of how to create this project. Are there any incubators or any kind of programs in place here, or is that like the best business idea ever to start up some kind of incubator here to help people get into the space?
Okay, that's a good question. I think now there is a lot of incubator and specializing also in the NFTs like the Karaburu founder, they need an incubator and NFT Academy also that's for it. But they still like think about this one as a project. But there is no incubator that's thinking about how to connect Indonesia to build the supply chain of its global metaverse economy.
Yeah, and it sounds like that's one way where Indonesia could really enter the global economy in a very powerful way.
Yes, yeah, they're powerful way. So because we must assess what we can do and what we cannot do, right? What the competencies and then what you can opportunity that you can spot on in this global market.
Well, maybe that's your next business then. After you publish this book and start educating the community.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, too.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
All right, so moving on, I believe our next one is another live stream online talk. All right. Oh, and I'm very excited. I'm connected with Ivan on LinkedIn. Hi, Ivan. Thanks for being here. Ivan is co-founder and anchor of Corporate Disruptors Forum. He's a leading voice in innovation for both corporate and startups as an organizational psychologist, angel investor, entrepreneur, and author. Another author today. This is Author's Day at NFT Bali. He has authored the book Department of Startup, Why Every Fortune 500 Should Have One, published by BEP New York. And today he's going to talk to us about how to transform your corporate identity into digital assets. So very, very interesting. Welcome, Ivan. Thank you so much for being here. Take it away.
Hi, thank you, Heather. First of all, foremost, thank you everyone for decided to spend your time with my slot here to hear my presentation. I'm based in Hong Kong, and I envy you guys in the sunny Bali today, actually. Secondly, I also thank the organizer of NFT Bali for creating the summit because we are talking a very important change that we are seeing happening in Web 3.0. And I think the voice is still very big in the gaming and entertainment, but not yet in the business and professional world. And that's what we're trying to do actually, to bring Web 3.0, NFT and Metaverse, and see that utility in a professional setting. Before I proceed further, do allow me some time to actually introduce you to Corporate Disruptors Forum. We are actually a leading platform on a community in accelerating innovation, especially corporate innovation. Corporate innovation is actually a combination of a partnership between a corporate and a startup. I think being 3-4 years ago when I wrote the book, Department of Startup, Why Every Fortune 500 Should Have One, my publisher was questioning me that who's going to read this book? What kind of people, what sort of title or your avatar is going to read this book of yours? And we talk about HRs then only. But today, there is multiple companies now that actually engage or employ people with the title of Chief Innovation Officers or Innovation Officers or Program Innovation Program Managers that we see flourishing for the past 2-3 years. And what we are seeing today is also that corporates are spending more and more investments into actually investing into startups. So what we do is we bring these three connections together, which is the corporate leaders who are involved in corporate innovation, startup founders who are actually doing startup and technology, and academia and educators who are focused on entrepreneurship and innovation. Now, traditionally, the corporates goes to the educators to get innovation. So for instance, if a corporate wants a new innovation, very likely they'll go to a universities and talk to the researchers there and say, look, we need this innovation. Can you do this for us? But what they realize is that this is taking too much time. The academia is too slow in creating the technology, and this technology is already available in the corporate in the startup environment. So today, corporates invest into these startups. And I think in the year 2020, the investment of CVC's corporate venture capital into startup is now actually standing at about $136 billion globally, and is growing. And just give you an example, one of our speakers is from Airbus, and he's a scout, a technology scout. He has various scouts across the regions that looks into technology. And then one day he found a startup or a technology that was doing just checking your mood. They can allow them to sense your mood, actually. And what they do now is they brought that technology into Airbus with the potential in the future to be incorporated into an Airbus cabin. So imagine if they can detect your mood while you're sitting at your seat, and then they can bring you a drink if you're depending on the mood that you feel while on your flight at the right time, right amount of drink. That's the kind of corporate innovation that we are looking into today, actually. So our speakers and our delegates actually comes from all these Fortune 500s across Europe and Asia. Now, what makes us unique is that we're using a format of no media, no press, and no PowerPoint. We're able to get real conversations going, and through a multifaceted discussion. So you as a delegate gets to also talk to the speakers in a very intimate conversation where it's all confidential. We can actually talk freely, and you can learn from your peers freely without the fear of being being called out or things like that. So that's where we are now with Corporate Disruptors Forum. Now to the topic that I'm going to talk about today is actually transforming your digital identity into a digital asset. Identify, which is one of the mints that we're going to do, that Corporate Disruptors Forum is going to start minting going forward in a few weeks' time, attempts to do just that, just to transform your digital identity into a digital asset in the professional setting. So what I did was we run a quick poll in our connections. We have about 10 to 20,000 community members. And we asked, are you concerned with your professional online identity and branding, such as identity theft, and so your profile being misused and misrepresented? And an overwhelming 64% say yes, I am. And the other 29% say I have not given a thought yet. But what is actually interesting is that even on LinkedIn, the platform that most professional users use today, LinkedIn is the least scammy platform that you can find, purely because they're not fully dependent on just advertisements like Facebook. LinkedIn members do pay LinkedIn for an access to LinkedIn, so that's why LinkedIn does not need to just rely on advertisements. So it's not scammy. But even that, today we begin to see more and more fake accounts, more scammers coming in and just copy accounts off your face, your pictures, and then create a fake account and they start reaching out to your connections. And so that's already happening, even on LinkedIn. Then identity theft is a real threat, actually. I've got these numbers from the US Department of Justice, only up to September 2015, and it says that 7% of the US population, which is 17.6 million in 2014 alone, has actually reported about identity theft. Now, I'm pretty sure that number is growing up with the kind of fake accounts that's happening today that we see so much in the social media platform. And professionals, even on LinkedIn platform, should be concerned with all these identity theft. And the second most biggest concern for professionals is that the ability for us to be authentic with our identity and online personal branding, actually. Today, our online personal branding and identity is fully controlled by the media platforms that we engage in. For example, Facebook, Pinterest, or even LinkedIn. So the algorithm decides what we see. The algorithm decides what, from our behavior, it dictates what they should actually introduce our newsfeed. And that kind of restrict the ability for a professional to be authentic. And you may ask, why authenticity is such an important thing for professionals in the corporate world today? Now, in an article written by Forbes, it says that authenticity might be the key ingredient for career success. And I agree with it, because if you look at the kind of article that's being published nowadays, a lot of it talks about authentic leadership and authenticity being the key to leading teams in the 21st century. Because authenticity allows you to build genuine relationship with your teammates. And together with that, you can build a culture that can help you to solve problems together. So now, when we talk about authenticity, some of the questions that the corporate should ask him or herself is that, what do I stand for? Can I through this platform tell people what is my purpose? What are my values? And what are my priorities? And at the same time, actually, through this platform, I'm able to share my motivation and what inspires me, to get, people that share the same value as me, to see the authenticity in me. And this is now one of the key ingredients to success to climb the career platform. And of course, then we came to the PFP and NFT avatars. So PFP is actually the profile pictures that we see, and the NFT avatars we all know that we see now, like the Beyond, the Bored Ape Yacht Club, and the Cypher CryptoPunks, and the Azuki avatars. Now, this is mainly into the clubs, entertainment, and the gaming scene, but we have not seen that go beyond into the corporate world yet. For those who are the uninitiated, I'm just going to do a quick introduction of what PFP and NFT avatars are. They are actually essential digital portrait, all right? Often illustrating animated or pixelated characters. Each portrait has a unique identifier trait. That means no two portrait is the same. And what's important is that ownership represents community memberships. When I was asked by corporates a lot about what is Web 3.0, I basically can short it into this one sentence. I asked them, if Web 2.0 is this, if the slogan for Web 2.0 is content is king, then the slogan for Web 3.0 is community is key. For those of us who come from Generation X, when we saw the beginning of the internet, from the very early age, we were told that content would be king, and truly content became king in the Web 2.0. And what I'm seeing is that community would be the key to Web 3.0. Now, the next interesting point of the NFT avatars is that 9 out of 10 NFT collections by sales volume up to February 2022 this year, 9 out of 10 of that is actually of avatars. And of course, the next thing is that some of these avatars allows you to get access to metaverse, even into metaverse now, not just into the, in the exclusivity that comes from having into a club, but even into the metaverse. And a quick recap is that, of course, CryptoPunks was the very early stage one. There's 10,000 uniquely generated characters, the earliest example of NFTs. And if I wasn't wrong, I missed on it because in 2017, they were giving this free for anyone who have an Ethereum wallet. And today, 2022, the sales volume of CryptoPunks is actually at $216 million US. And of course, the one that we are very familiar with, which is the Bored Ape Yacht Club. Again, it's a 10,000 bored apes with NFT programmatically generated from over 170 possible trades. So no two ape is the same. And the sales volume now, of course, is $421 million. And now they're even being surpassed by the latest craze in the market, which is Azuki, a manga-style 10,000 avatars. And what's more interesting that they are bringing these next steps. These will be identities for you to go into the metaverse, which is the garden metaverse. And of course, the sales volume for 2022 is now $267 million. I think what I'm trying to say is that in all these avatars, NFT avatars, the key is identity that it brings with you, the kind of extension that you can even bring into the metaverse that's going to come. In a book that's written by Charles Schwab, he talks about how virtual reality will become digital, how digital reality is virtual reality. And I actually believe in that. I think that is coming in the next iteration of the Web 3.0 and NFTs. So now the questions that I'm trying to answer to this, how can professionals secure their digital identity through their digital portrait? And they can do that actually with a digital NFT. And what's important is that this will secure not just their identity, but also their personal branding online. And the key to that is to secure a digital identity that goes beyond an algorithm that is that doesn't restrict you to what you see and who you can connect with or recommendations to you, but something that's genuinely yours. The identity that you can say that is yours, that you can have your authentic voice out there in the Web 3.0. So what we're looking at is identify, and we probably spell the identify with IDENFT, but the pronunciation is identify. And what it says is that you should own your own professional NFT avatar. Essentially what it is a digital portrait, which is also a digital art. It's an authentic record built on blockchain, which gives us digital proof of ownership. So we know the person who owns this, who says this authentic voice is you, or this professional that is bought, that has this NFT avatar, we know that is his or her voice for sure. Define your personal branding on authenticity, which I talked about just now. And own a digital asset, and this digital asset may appreciate as you build your career. So what we fundamentally believe is if you have this digital NFT avatar of yours, in the beginning, it may be, the value might be low, but as you build your career, as you build your your achievements in the market, that this particular NFT would become quite valuable as the time comes. And what's more important is that even platforms like Twitter has now begun to look into pushing technology. I'm not sure whether they've done it yet or not when I was following it up on this, but they are able to now verify if you own a certain profile pictures NFT on a Twitter platform. And with this, I'm also foreseeing that other media platforms like LinkedIn would follow suit. So this could be one of the new identity that you bring into the media platform, even on LinkedIn. And of course, identify NFT is actually a key to be part of our Corporate Disruptors Forum community. I'll share a little bit more on our community in a while's time. Example of this identify is one of what they created for myself. So on the left, you own a digital portrait. And behind this digital portrait, you can put in your authentic voice. So here you can talk about your values, your achievements, your resume, your purpose, what you're trying to do in the corporate world, in any form of media format. It could be a video, a picture, a card, or as simple as a PDF. But these are the kind of things that can tell people who you are at this time. But I'm sure this iteration is the next iteration of NFT could be even more interesting, where you can talk a little, we can share your real value in a more authentic way. Of course, going to make this available in OpenSea. It's ownership. Of course, if you want to trade it, you can trade it as well. And like I said, we believe that the value of this NFT we're going to appreciate as your career goal appreciate in life. So, for example, you may start off as a young executive, but if in the time to come, you become a published, well-known published author or a successful CEOs, then this value could go up, potentially go up to quite a lot, actually. Now, as I mentioned earlier about the introduction, when I introduced Corporate Disruptors Forum, we are actually a community of corporate innovators where if we talk at all our delegate speakers that come together, they represent a significant portion of the movers and shakers of corporate innovation today. And in our Corporate Disruptors Forum hall, in Metaverse and Spatial, is just where we put a hall of fame of all our speakers and delegates. So by getting onto an NFT avatar, identify, you're able to join and recognize as one of the together with your contemporaries in the corporate innovation space. And also be among the first professionals to step into the metaverse. This NFT also allow us to invite you to be our expert speakers, exclusive access to our events, and access to our inner council through the future decentralized autonomous organization DAO that we're going to roll out. And what we try to do with DAO is that we're going to democratize the forum. So allowing our speakers who own the NFT to also hold their own forum in our format, if their own topic, allow them to influence and lead projects that they are passionate about, and also to create a positive impact in the society with fellow professionals who share the same value. So that's where we look forward to the identify NFT that we're going to roll out in the weeks to come. Last but not least, I'm going to write a second book, which is called Transform Your Corporate Identity into a Digital Asset with NFT. The book is going to be available in September 2022. But meanwhile, we would like to share some of the content with you so you can get a chapter, which is chapter 4, the chapter that I talk about today, your digital identity, your digital asset, for free today. All you need to do is just go to my LinkedIn feed out here at our Corporate Disruptors Forum page, and you can download that particular chapter for free. That's all I have to present today. And this is my contact, ivan@nineangels.com. And that's my link in there as well. So Nine Angels, before I leave, is actually a startup, angel investor startup group that we started from the Nanyang Technological University alumni group in Hong Kong. We've been around for 7 to 8 years now. We have invested in startups, and the startups that we invest are always those in the pre-seed level. So we have invested in ideas that is on a piece of paper only. We have done that already. And we've been quite successful with our format because we don't just give the money, but we also open up our network so that to allow the startup to build the market. That's all I have to present for you today. Thank you so much for attending my session today.
Thank you so much, Ivan. This is really interesting, and I think it tied back a lot to what we talked about with Ethan when we started the morning, right? This idea where you're talking about it more from the perspective of create your PFP, and then are you suggesting that we should each create our own unique PFP? Is that actually the the idea behind this. We should have our own unique one that just identifies us in the metaverse and Web3 in general.
Yes, I think even if you don't come into our community, you should actually also mint your own NFT avatars. Actually, I think that's is a critical first step towards having an identity that is yours and yours alone. Of course, the other thing you can do is to go up to MetaMask and get an ENS actually that it has your unique name on it. So ENS is something like what we do in the early days of the internet, where you have your own domain name. So actually, if you try to get your own domain name today, it's pretty expensive to do that. But that ENS, which is actually MetaMask wallet, that is still available. So you should go and get your name, right there, right now. A wallet that has your own name instead of a mathematical string.
Yes, that is such a good point. Such a good point. And I know personally, because Heather Hansen is a very popular name actually out there in the world. And I worked 16 years to get my .com, and then ended up spending thousands of dollars for it in the end. But the ENS, I also went out and got that right away because I thought, that's going to be
great.
I recommend that we all go and do that as a starting point, and then have our own PFPs created. What about those of us who are buying into PFP projects and then using those as our digital avatars? Can we brand those in the same way, or is that not the same thing?
I think my take is that if you're going to use a NFT avatar of yourself, then you should use that as your branding. So far, my NFT avatar has gotten quite a lot of comment from a lot of people that came back, and they want the same NFT avatar like that, because there's a digital art to that, and there's a resemblance of you somewhere there. So imagine you're already putting a photo up for free and on a LinkedIn. And there's no value. I mean, and that's being easily copied as well. So one of my mentor, actually, his picture was copied. They created an entire new profile, and he reached out to me to say that he lost his account, a password, and then he started a new account. And people are doing that already, even on LinkedIn. And why not have your own NFT avatar that we know for certain that is you. And I also believe that LinkedIn will begin to do what Twitter is doing. That you will be able to actually verify that you own this avatar in the future.
Yeah, so it has to do with the platforms authenticating and verifying that we do actually own those NFTs, like what Twitter is doing now, is what you're saying. Do you think that's in the future for LinkedIn? They'll start doing the same thing, hopefully?
I think that's definitely in the books. I mean, everyone is looking at it. I think the idea was just reading that even now, I think HSBC has bought a land in Sandbox.
Okay.
So I think the corporate is moving towards that, moving towards that direction already. And LinkedIn will follow, definitely.
Yeah, very interesting. Any last questions on this side from anyone? Okay, no? All right. Well, thank you so much, Ivan, for joining us. Thanks for being here and sharing that with us. And we will be following you on LinkedIn. And could you tell us again where we can find you, because you cut out earlier when you were telling us your website?
Sure. I'm just going to put it on the chat box as well.
Perfect. Then I can go ahead and try to read it out.
I'll put it in the chat box as well.
All right, so these are coming in from Ivan, and do know as well that all of these are being recorded. So although we're losing connection from time to time, we will be able to access the recordings of these, where hopefully they're coming through crystal clear, I hope.
Thank you so much. Enjoy yourself in Bali, Heather, and everyone else. I envy you guys. You can't come.
Thanks, Ivan. Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Arthur says thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. See you guys soon.
Thank you. All right, so let's hope that our digital connection here, our virtual connection, maintains, because we have another live stream coming. Another author, and very interesting topic on why you should really know about NFTs. We're going back to basics again. We've been talking about NFTs, DAOs, all this stuff, but really, what is it about NFTs that makes this industry so interesting and unique? So our next speaker is author of the book Driving Digital Transformation, which has been sold in over 20 countries. He's a TEDx speaker, and his website contains more than 50 articles for topics ranging from metaverse to NFT to Web 3.0, blockchain, etc. So he's going to bring a lot of knowledge today. Let's welcome Raktim Singh, Senior Product Leader for Infosys. And Raktim, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. I hope that we'll be able to follow you. Can you put your slides into sharing mode?
Yeah, I've done that.
But we're seeing everything. Could you make your slide full screen for us? Put it into slideshow. Yeah, there you go. Right there. All the way, right, to the right, to the right, to the right. Move your mouse to the right. I can see what you're doing.
Sorry, are you able to see my screen?
We can see your screen, but I'm wondering if you can put it into slideshow mode.
Sure.
So down at the bottom where you are. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Hopefully it's going to
So,
come up
good
now.
morning, everybody. Just to reconfirm, are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. Yes,
Yeah,
thank
and you
you.
can see my screen which talks of metaverse and composable NFT.
So I think he needs to stop sharing.
I'm getting the information that you need to stop sharing and try to reshare
You share, but with the slideshow.
with slideshow.
Yeah,
You're basically seeing your whole PowerPoint window instead of just your slides.
Yeah. Here, share screen, and then choose window.
Do we need to do it on our side or who
I
needs to
don't
do it
have the
on his?
slide. Can you try again?
So if you go down to the screen share button and then, let's see, try putting it into slideshow again. Do you think he's sharing the wrong thing?
Just.
But I can make this full screen and then we'll at least be able to see it better here.
I use the mouse.
Yeah, I think this is fine. We can all see this now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you go ahead, Raktim? Take it away.
yeah, thank you. So again, just to quickly, I'm going to talk about metaverse and composable NFT, which I believe is the key for creative economy. And yeah, my introduction has been given, but to repeat, earlier I have written a book, Driving Digital Transformation, and my website is www.raktinsingh.com. So yeah, I'll move. So metaverse. Now, before coming to metaverse, I just wanted to talk what earlier I have written in the book, and which was about digital transformation. Is my screen gone or is still there?
We lost your slides.
Yeah, we just lost your screen, your slide share.
So yeah, okay, well I'll go ahead and that it's okay. So in that book, when I was writing, and I have given the thing something like for digital transformation, you have to apply ACID formula, which is like AI, cloud, Internet of Thing, and data. And what I realized that maybe the current age is we are into the data and information age. Now from there, our next level is to move to the experience economy. So that is the transition has to happen. People who have done the digital transformation, created the digital assets, now that will be the commodity for all the companies, and they have to create the experiences, and which is where metaverse will come. And somewhere, if you say that you are looking at internet, but you are into metaverse, and it's much more than the AR, VR, MR, XR, whatever you have heard of it, because it's all five senses. Though I will say the first three senses, the see, hear, touch is much more prominent. But there are companies who are doing smell and taste. Now, when you get this type of power, if I say, where you can create a universe, or of course, metaverse is beyond universe, where you can create something which can be seen, can be heard, can be touched, smelled. I think that opens up a lot of opportunities, and some of the things I will talk about it as part of metaverse as well as NFT. Just wanted to give an analogy, and I was thinking why people are buying lands in metaverse and why it is becoming important. So I believe maybe 30 years back, if I've told somebody to buy www.digital.com, you'd have been, laughed at it. But now maybe that domain name you will not get it. And I think the same thing is happening with the land what you are buying. Maybe that will give you the digital space or e-space tomorrow. And one of the other reason will be the advertisement will move there. So earlier we have seen the advertisement through billboards. Later those ad money by the companies moved to radio and TV. After that it moved to internet. And I believe that in some time it will move to metaverse, because wherever the customers are there the advertisement money will go. So
I can monitor this. So we
yeah,
can
for
get
learning,
recording okay through my phone, so we can get the audio. So
you're
we
able
can
to hear
check
me?
this. This needs to be turned off all the time. And then we can actually-
You're able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. So I move to the next slide just to reconfirm, because we are still not in metaverse and we are doing this meeting through. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's good.
maybe he's not doing. Don't need to do the big one slide. Just this one. This one. You need to do this screen. Okay. If you go to the slide version of it. Can you ask him to go back? I will just slide here.
Hi, Rakin, can you go back to not do the slideshow? Are you doing the slideshow now?
No, I removed in between because I realized it was creating problem. But
Okay, not don't do the slideshow and just do this one.
can you see
And I
that
think
now?
it's metaphors now, learning and training.
Yeah, great. Yeah, we
Yeah.
will go ahead with that. So some of the example which
Okay.
I believe in the metaverse will be true because of the all the five senses what we get it, and I've listed out some of those things like learning and training, uh, be it a immersive training by the medical student because they have to learn surgery which need to get performed on a human body. Then the metaverse, maybe you can create a simulated human body on which a surgery can be done, can be deconstructed, and can be reconstructed again for the next batch. So, like that, again, a possibility get opened here in metaverse. And the other facet of the learning, if we take, which is for army and police, so the battle scene is get created with the real landmines, and the army or the police who has to control the crowd, and maybe they get the smell also what is there in the battlefield, and those training can be done multiple times without really involving any physical asset. One more example, if I take in the metaverse for the how it can be utilized is by creating the digital twins, which is actually a your digital replica of anything. So be it a car or truck or bus what you wanted to manufacture, or for that matter a new apartment or factory what you wanted to do, or it may be any other customer equipment which can be a television or AC, anything else, anything you can create a digital twin which can be seen by your own engineers, by customers, by the other stakeholder, can be touched, can be felt before you really create the physical equipment. And again, I've given two examples, but I believe there are many other use cases for this. And similarly, there are new experiences which can be created in all the sector, be it your hotel stay, which you can experience beforehand, as well as the hotel stay itself can be augmented at office or engaging at experience with customer. Again, endless possibilities. So this is what I have talked of metaverse. Now I'll quickly move to NFT. which I believe it has two values, which is like your utility value and aesthetic value. Now, as per my definition, when I say utility value, it can be your land or house record, or it can be your identity record, which I believe the previous speaker was also talking of. Your digital identity gets secured by NFT and which you can utilize. Then there is a aesthetic value of whatever the rareable and collectible, and of course, it's worth what someone else is willing to pay. But the important point is the provenance, which is related to the origination of item, the ownership. And if I take example here, today buying a authentic Van Gogh or any other painting is really a difficult job. Not that it is not available in the market. Of course, you will get many painting, but how do you identify it is authentic? So you call the experts who maybe see the current painting and try to give their opinion, which can be subjective. Now, instead of that, if there is another painting which is secured on blockchain as an NFT, and you can trace back which is the provenance is, like when it was created, to whom, who was the first person who bought it, who was the second person bought it, until the time the person who is selling to me. If that can be established, I believe that painting is genuine. So that is, according to me, one of the key aspect of NFT, which will help. Art is one of the example, but being a big market, it is true. Now, if you look at some of the number, global art and collectible market itself,
Excuse me, Raktim. I think need to change the internet connection.
no issues.
Yeah. This one. Hi, Raktim.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. Okay. Please continue. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. So I was talking of provenance just before that I talked of, and I'll maybe repeat again. If today I have to buy a Van Gogh painting, it's a little difficult to get an authentic painting. It's not that it's not available in the market. The challenge for the customer is to find out whether it's really authentic painting or no. And for today, the process is you call certain expert who look at the painting, the color, the condition of the painting, and many other things, and based on that, they give their opinion, which again is a subjective opinion depending on what type of expert you have got. So yeah, those experts are needed, but my point is that if those paintings were secured on a blockchain as an NFT, it can be traced back when it was originally created, who was the first buyer, who was the second buyer, till the person who is actually selling to me. And once you trace back, you get more confidence of maybe this piece of art is really authentic because you are able to trace back from origin. And now in this slide, what I was talking of, uh, though I have read the numbers, which is like for global art and collectible market is like more than 300 billion market, and in that around 30 to 40% is what is floating in the market is forged. So again, these numbers I have got from net only, but I think this gives us an idea the thing, the value which NFT can bring if those paintings and those collectible can be secured on blockchain, a big billion can be saved, and it will help both the creator and consumer. And of course, as I said, these numbers I've read from internet, so there can be little differences, but it's like number we are talking of in 200 to 300 billions, uh, and many of them is fake. The other important point is, again, when helping the creators and consumer is, be it a musician, artist, writer, designer, or for that matter, somebody who is an online tutor also, who is uh, creating a new course. Now, for, that can be created, secured on NFT, can be sold, or a digital twin can be created on metaverse, secured on NFT, and directly the money creator gets it and consumer get it directly from the creator. So I'll talk little bit of the composable NFT now. So we know the ERC20, the Ethereum request to connect. That is the normal standard token, which is more of a fungible token. ERC 721 is the was the first for the standard for the ownership of non fungible token, and ERC 998 is it's a composable NFT. So you can think of it. It encompasses a token or whatever the entity, which can be ERC 721 and ERC 20, or it can be two ERC 721, and you create a composable NFT. Now, again, to give it some more example how we can utilize going forward. So yeah, till now I have talked of a painting, but many times if we like the painter, we'll also want to know when he was creating the paintings, those moments, those video bites. So in the composable NFT, maybe the original painting as well as the video bites of the painter when he was creating the video, maybe 2 minutes or whatever, can be composed together. Similarly, we have heard of sports, and maybe for the baseball, for the winning match, whatever the baseball was used, as well as the winning shot or the video of that can be created. So those, and then there are many more examples of composable NFT. So beautiful experience which can be combined with the main entity and the process of creation of that, and it can be n number by which those composable NFTs can be created. And I believe that will help everybody, especially where we see any group where group great fan following is there or community is there, they will love to buy that. Now I come to the some other use cases which I believe at least I will want to see. The sunrise and sunset in Antarctica, I believe it happens only once in a year, or it lasts for 4 months between October to February or November to February. So all other days sun never sets. The sunrise when it is happening, those 90 seconds, or the sunset which is happening maybe in February, those 90 or 180 seconds. I think the video of that, those bytes of that, can be a good use case for NFT. Can be the
Martin, could you share your slides again, please? Could you share your slides again? We lost them.
should I share again?
Please. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah. So I was talking of the other use cases, which is like uh, maybe some of the historical moment or good moment, be it nature or the history. And one of the use case, what I can think of it, like in Antarctica, I believe sunrise and sunset happens only once in a year. The you get the sunlight, sun never sets for let's say for 4 months. and it is the period is between November to February. So the sunrise, those that video of 90-second or 180-second when the sun is rising, or maybe when the sun is setting in Antarctica, which is a once in a year phenomena. I mean, those video bites can be a good use case of NFT, or any pictures or videos of historical moment. Maybe the rock concert of Freddie Murphy, along with the ticket of those rock concerts. Moments from the award function. I don't want to say which award function, but I think some of the moments were uh, become quite famous. Or anything behind the scene or behind the set of a movie, along with video bite of your movie star. Yeah, many examples, and I believe whenever the Mars landing happen, the video of that will be a good NFT. So yeah, the possibilities are endless. There are many other things and by which we can combine and do it. Now, before I close, I just wanted to say, given this is the first NFT Bali session, and maybe this poster in April 2025, that will be worth, I don't know, 100 million USD. So because this is the first ever Bali NFT session, so we are lucky to be participating here. So this is like a normal NFT, and yeah, if I add my bit, maybe this will become the composable NFT, the poster of first NFT Bali summit along with Raksim. So yeah, a little bit of my thing, and which is the example of composable NFT, and I'm looking forward for April 2025 or something like that, when these things also will be the historical moment which we today we are doing. So yeah, that is from my side. And before I go, just wanted to tell, this is my book which came last year, Driving Digital Transformation. I'm happy to connect with the people on www.raktimsingh.com. My website is there. I'm there on the LinkedIn. And my book on Metaverse and Web3 is coming in next month, uh, Driving Business Transformation with Metaverse and Web3. And there I'm covering all the topics, which is Metaverse, Web3, NFT, and blockchain. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rakeem. Thank you so much. And your upcoming book sounds amazing. I'm sure
Yeah.
everyone is going to want to get their hands on that. to learn
Yeah,
more about
and as I said, I'm more excited about those NFT Bali, first NFT Bali posters. I believe that will have a big value because this will be successful. The NFTs will be successful. So maybe this poster with author, or along with me also, maybe.
now.
Yeah,
We'll be millionaires in the next 3 years after that. Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you. Were there any questions for our team before we let him go? Any questions from the room? No? Well, thank you so much, our team. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. So now we're back to having a real life human being standing on this stage in front of us. I'd love to welcome our next speaker, Austin Taylor, who is Chief Communications Officer at WeFund. He's a former business analyst for Harman International in Seattle, Washington, USA, building AI applications to identify high-risk sale transactions. Also former investment manager for Pegasus Tech Ventures in Jakarta, managing investment deals in the Southeast Asia region. So I'm very excited to hear from you today, Austin, as I'm sure everyone is, on the topic of community cross-chain crowdfunding. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. So today I'll be talking about WeFund. And we can just go to the next slide.
Okay, a moment, please. I'm just sharing for the online. Yeah.
So before we jump in, who is not familiar with the Terra blockchain and Terra ecosystem? Okay, most of us.
So what Terra is, it's a stable coin based blockchain, and you can build applications on top of it similar to Ethereum or Solana, which you probably all are already familiar with. And one of their top protocols is Anchor. And this is what WeFund uses. This is our bread and butter. And what Anchor is, it works as a savings protocol where you deposit stable coins, which is what Terra is mainly about. You deposit stable coins and you earn an interest, and the stable coin goes into various staking pools, and you earn about 19.5 to 20% APY per year. And it's extremely secure, and their APY has been very stable over the past, since it's been started, I think, in 2019. And what makes Terra unique is that in terms of total value locked, meaning all the assets that are locked up in the blockchain's protocols, ranks second, only behind Ethereum. It's above Binance Smart Chain, it's above Solana, Avalanche, and all the other notable ones. So that's just a quick overview of Terra and Anchor. If we can go to the next slide. So what is WeFund? It's a community crowdfunding incubator, and what that means is we incubate projects and we crowdfund for them, and we use blockchain as a tool. So we can crowdfund for projects that are crypto projects as well as real-world projects that are already functioning, but want to implement blockchain into their current model. And that's pretty much what we're focused on is this real-world aspect and bringing blockchain into their model. And I will share a few examples of some projects that we have on our platform a little bit later in the presentation. So if we can go on. So what's a really big problem with doing crypto projects or blockchain projects from the investor perspective? The first one is, I'm sure we've all heard about pump and dump schemes, the scam projects where they'll hype up a project really well, they get people to invest, and then the major holders of the token will sell and you lose your money. Another one is undelivered achievement. So a lot of crypto projects will raise hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars, but not have anything. They don't have a platform, they don't have their service or products or anything ready to go. So now you have, this can result in undelivered achievement. They're not going to do what they say they're going to do. If your investment fails, your money's gone. There's no way you're going to get your money back. So it comes with a lot of high risk. And then finally, if you want to be an investor in early stage crypto projects, there can be a high barrier to entry, such as a minimum investment amount. Maybe you need to invest $20,000 or $50,000. Next slide. So how do we solve this? We solve this with our crowdfunding platform. And what makes us stand out, our competitive advantage compared to other crowdfunding launchpads that are out there, which there are quite a few, is that everything that we do is managed by smart contracts and using Anchor's protocol. So here's an example of how that works. If a project is on our platform and they want to raise $100,000, they will set a list of milestones with us. So they'll say, oh, we need $10,000 to build our platform, $20,000 for marketing, and so on. So they'll raise that $100,000, and through smart contract, it'll directly go into the Anchor savings protocol. So we do not touch any of the money, and we don't have it in a bank account or anything like that. And then that first $10,000 will come out to the project to create their platform, and they will finish that milestone within a predetermined time period. When that milestone is complete, the people who invested in the project will vote. Does this meet our expectations? Yes or no? If it does, then the next set of funds through smart contract will be automatically released to the project creators to achieve that next milestone. If not, then that money that is remaining will go back to the investors. So what this does is it minimalizes risk for the investors, full transparency for everyone that's involved, and holds the project creators accountable for their projects. So ultimately what we're trying to do is host very high quality projects that align with our community. We look for projects that come with a lot of utility and are able to scale. We have community-driven decisions, so we can be 100% transparent, and our community can have a vote and participate in the projects that we're bringing on and the success of the projects that we're crowdfunding. And then finally, everything is managed on Terra's Anchor protocol, just so for security and transparency as well. So here's just a graphic of how it works. A new project comes to us. The WeFund team, I have a slide about the WeFund team and advisors later on. We do just the standard due diligence on the project, like who's the team, what's their background, What's their project? What's their traction like? Are they solving a big problem? Who are they competing with, both direct and indirect competitors? We look at, make sure they have all their legal things in order. And legal thing is a big one with regulation coming into the real world projects that want to implement blockchain. From there, the fundraising goes into Anchor's protocol where it's generating yield, as well as a secure and refundable deposit. Again, with Anchor, there's no lockup period. You can withdraw the funds at any time, and every day you're generating yield, and you can just withdraw at any time. So the project delivery, the project milestone with smart contracts, and then it goes to the investor approval. Do they approve, yes or no? So I'll just go quickly on this one. Our tokenomics, we do have a native token on our platform. And as you can see, 46% of our tokens are for staking community, education, and game rewards. And this is kind of where our token utility comes in. Staking is the biggest one right now. So because we're really focused on our crowdfunding community, every project, and this will vary from project to project, there will be a maximum amount that someone in the community can invest. And the reason why we do this is to prevent from some big investor coming in and taking more than 50% of the round. So for example, if you're just a community person that sees a project and you want to invest, maybe you can only invest up to $2,000. But if you're staking our native token, maybe now you can invest up to $8,000 or $9,000. Okay, and we are currently raising for a token round, and our token generation event will be this quarter. And if you're interested in that, we can talk about it after the presentation. So right now, our main token utility is the additional investment allocation. A percentage of our profits will go to buy and burn the token just to create, prevent volatility in the price and make it worth, maybe more viewed as an investment, as well as the staking reward. So if you're staking our token, we fund will pull from that 46% of staking reward and go to people who are staking the token will get a percentage of more token every single month for holding on to it. So there is a team vesting schedule, which also we think is very important to prevent the large holders of the token from quickly selling. And this is like an example of a pump and dump scheme. So the people who invest in the private and pre-sale, as well as the IDO, will have a vesting period. On the token generation event, they'll get 20% of the token, and then it will be released on the daily linear schedule for 6 months for the IDO and then 8 months for the private and pre-sale. Once all that vesting is completed, then the team vesting will start, and that will go for 12 months. So how do we generate revenue as a company? So the biggest one, or the most easy one to understand, is the 1% transaction fee. So every time an investor invests in a project, 1% of that comes to us as a transaction fee. And all projects are raised using the Terra stablecoins such as UST, and then we will implement more in the future. And then coming up is project ad placement. We're not ready for this yet, but as our community grows on social media, these projects, if they want us to advertise for them, they can pay us a fee, and we can do that. Oh, go ahead. All right.
Wait. This one?
Yes, and so the anchor yield. So another thing that sets us apart from other launch pads is that if you raise $100,000 for your project, that launch pad will say, okay, we require 10, 15, 20% commission from that. We don't ask anything from the project creators. So all the yield that's generated in Anchor comes to us. That's kind of our commission. So if you raise 100,000, you get 100,000, and then all the yield that's generated is kind of our commission. Now, if a project fails, 50% of that commission will be split 50-50. 50% will go to the investors to kind of make up for any money that was lost and add to the remaining funds. And then the other 50% will come to refund.
Thanks.
So here's just a quick snapshot of our roadmap. We've already incubated 10 projects, and this quarter is when we'll start crowdfunding for projects. And then a lot of it has to do with platform updates. We'll have our token generation event. And then by Q3, we hope to have all successful fundraising for all the projects, for the first 10 projects on our platform. And then by Q4, with our partners, we hope to have a hackathon type event where we're bringing people in and we and have like a pitch competition, and we can bring on more projects that the community will be familiar with to fundraise on our platform. So here's just a quick snapshot of the team. So this month, we are legally registering in Dubai. That'll be finished in, I think, by next week, and we have a physical office there. So the first three, Andrea, Ika, and Alchuth, are already in Dubai, and then myself, I'm here. But we have come from, a lot of us come from a corporate background. For example, Andrea comes from an engineering background with ABA, Zurich Insurance, ED. Ika comes from a marketing background with Tencent, Waves, and Vigo. Alchuth comes from a corporate finance and accounting background with KPMG, and he's actually the founding partner at Octave Advisory, which is a blockchain VC in Dubai. And then myself, I come from a corporate finance and VC background. And then here's a quick snapshot at advisors. We have someone helping us with all the legal things, reviewing our contracts. We have someone in the Terra ecosystem. So Terra is very, very big on community, and the community is what makes projects successful within that ecosystem. So we have someone in the ecosystem helping us with that. And then we have Jason Galvin, who's helping us with our technology. So just a summary of our competitive advantages. The yield benefit for the backers if a project fails, investor voting power, secure and refundable deposits, deflationary token value, the fund release with milestone and investor vote approval. Cross-chain, now what we mean by cross-chain is that although we are built on Terra, we can host projects that want to use the Binance Smart Chain or Solana or Ethereum, whatever it may be. And then the biggest one is bridging real world and bringing a blockchain into those models. So here's the first few projects, or several of the first projects we'll have on WeFund. So I'll start with Miners Nft. Now this is an example of an NFT project that's bringing blockchain into the real world. So Luna Miners is it's a physical blockchain mining operation, but they want to bring in the Terra ecosystem to that. So Terra is a proof of stake, not a proof of work like Bitcoin. So all the profits that are generated from this mining operation will be converted to Terra Luna, which is the native currency for Terra, and distributed among the NFT holders as a passive income. Now, AfriCred is also another real-world project. So they are based in West Africa, and they are a business-to-business fintech platform that targets microfinancing institutions and banks that work primarily with the unbanked population. And so they are acting as a service to improve the digital infrastructure of these microfinancing institutions, but they want to use that with blockchain, so it's easier for cross-border payments, to do loans, and basically it serves the people who have mobile phones and internet but don't have a bank, and they are bringing in blockchain for those people. Okay, Pandai Crypto and Portal Crypto are both Indonesian-based projects, and they're both media outlets. So Pandai Crypto is a YouTube channel with just under 1 million subscribers, and they teach people about crypto, investing in crypto, and they primarily teach about the Terra blockchain, but they are building a Web3 platform that is learn to earn. So going through their lessons, you generate your native token. And then Portal Crypto is a media outlet that's kind of like a Cointelegraph, and they are also bringing in Web3 into their model.
Next. Oh, wow.
So here's a snapshot of the Terra Luna ecosystem. As you can see, WeFund highlighted in the orange there sits under the DeFi category, and it's pretty extensive. They have projects trying to accomplish many different things. Here's a snapshot of our media appearances. So we've been featured on CNN Indonesia, Yahoo Finance, as well as 2 Terra-based podcasts, which are Terra Spaces, Lunatic Station. I'm sure you all know of the Jakarta Post, Cardano Daily, Solana Daily. They are large Twitter accounts that share crypto news. All right, I can go on next. All right, so here's our social media if you want to follow us. And if you have any questions, I can take them now. And if you want to discuss questions in more detail, we can talk after this. I'm not the technical guy, so I can try to answer any technical questions the best I can.
Okay, any questions? Is there any questions? Yes.
So I love the milestoning and voting and approving at each stage.
that seems like such an obvious idea, but I haven't seen lots of other people do it. Right, and the other launchpads, their model seems to be, what's common with the other launchpads is that, first of all, you need to buy and stake their token to even invest in these projects. A lot of them are purely crypto blockchain projects. There's not really much real world implementation. And then, there seems to be no vetting system of the projects that are coming on. So you're taking a big risk as an investor. So we're trying, and one thing with Terra and with the smart contracts is like, this is something that we can solve these problems with. And also too, because we're fundraising, all the fundraising is done with stable coins. We can try to make this we're bringing on other blockchains as well. So other launchpads will just focus on Avalanche or they'll just focus on Ethereum, but we want to be able to do it, be one central location for all projects as well. Yeah.
Thank you. It looks like an amazing project. My question is about a little bit of the roadmap. I think you mentioned that there are 10 projects currently being found. I would like to know what is the next round and when are you going to be receiving new projects and what is the size of that you are looking for the next stage?
Right. So we are always accepting new projects, but we do have, at this time, we do have a fairly strict vetting system because we want it to really resonate with our community. And we want projects that have a really good chance of scaling and being successful. So we're always accepting new projects and we're always going through the review. We really want to meet the team and learn what they're trying to accomplish. And part of our incubation right now, because our resources are limited and our team is small, is we're really, what we're doing is getting all of their documentation in order, making sure they have a white paper, a pitch deck, and we help a little bit with building just a community following. But as we scale and we bring on more experts in various blockchains, the incubation period will be a little bit more, I'm forgetting the word, but it'll be a little bit more detailed and we can really help them scale a lot faster. Right now, the average project, out of these 10 projects, the average amount they're looking to raise is in the low 6 figures. So the smallest raise is about 20,000, and I think the biggest raise is 250,000. But as we scale and we gain more resources, we want to be able to take on projects that are looking to raise in the 7 figures. But this is farther down the road now, of course.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, there we go.
I have a question about the project. Do you have any specific requirement or any appetite for particular projects?
Right. So we are open to any type of project, but what we tend to focus on are blockchain and crypto projects that are implementing their model into the real world somehow. The most extreme example would be someone tokenizing or using NFTs for a real estate investment project. The 4 projects that recently showed, 2 of them are media outlets that are bringing in blockchain into their system. So there's a coin and there's more community engagement. And then the other 2, one is a business-to-business fintech platform that is trying to help microfinancing institutions bring blockchain into their model to become more, have better infrastructure with their digital technology and eliminate all the problems that come with that current industry, such as the cross-border payments, which is very expensive, easy access to funds on your mobile device. And then the other one is a NFT project. They are a Bitcoin mining operation that is creating a NFT where all the profits generating from the Bitcoin mining operation are distributed in Terra's native token, the Luna, to the NFT holders as passive income. So those are a few examples of like projects that are real world operations that are implementing blockchain. Now, if it is purely a crypto tokenized metaverse type project, we can fundraise for that as well. But I would say about this year, about 80 to 90% will probably be real world based projects.
But you are more focused on seed capital.
Yeah, these are, so it's really hard to raise money for any project. And so these are really, really good. These are ideas that we feel are really good. They're solving a big problem. We like the team, but fundraising for these projects is very challenging, and we want to be able to do it through crowdfunding because having meetings with institutional investors is time consuming. There's a lot of information you need. It can take up to 2 to 3 months. Where with crowdfunding, we think that using the power of the crowd, it'd be easy to get 500, 700 people to put in small amounts of money to reach your financing goal.
Thank you very much.
One more on top of that.
Competitors are the banks and microfinance. To succeed and raise some money. But
projects, right? That or the projects that need lots of
It could take several weeks to do the proper marketing. Completed within a predetermined time period. But for the fundraise itself, we don't think that will be an issue, but when we get to the
and maybe sometimes they run
rounds to vet these to build a platform. You know, we asked, how are you going to do that with resources are limited, so we have a lot of development still to do on our end. So we have a lot of ideas on how to solve these problems, but we haven't figured out the exact details yet.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, one more.
Okay, and if a project raised, for instance, 500K, and they quit the project in the second milestone, which was with 200K spent, then those 300K left are split 50% for you and 50% for the investor.
So the 300 that has been a case already. So the Luna Miners NFT, the Terra community is very, you have to have a good following on Terra if you want to be a successful project. So Luna Miners, for example, is on Terra. They are on WeFund, and they're resonating very well with the community. So this is one example of a project that in return is helping us advertise as well. And this is why it's important for us to really bring on projects that resonate well with our community and pass our due diligence and our vetting system that will resonate with our community.
All right, okay, fantastic. Let's give Austin a hand. Yeah, thank you, Austin. All right, that was awesome. Okay, so now what we've got up next, okay, and Austin, I'm sure that everybody wants four different projects that are going to share their NFTs, and they're going to be auctioning off one of their specific NFTs, using, of course, Galileo as the platform for being able to have an experience together with it. So this includes time or an experience with the person doing it. So the first one we got here is Jamie.
Mau ini sendiri.
Hello, I'm Jimmy. I'm from Nusa Dua. I would like to introduce you my experiment about blockchain. And then we created a platform from the marketplace and crypto wallet and game NFT and exchange. And then finally we So I don't recognize this window. Here. Mouse. Okay. All right. So and our project, I'm sorry, it's in Indonesia, but we are focusing on NFT and non-fungible token. Multiplayer where win the game and do it. The pronoun is like do it in bahasa. It's like money. So this is our exchange. So we are making a centralized exchange. It's like in the dark, so for crypto. And the last one is signature. This is our own protocol blockchain where supply for this. And the next, I will be fast on this. A glance of our marketplace in the wallet, with wallet cryptocurrency used to store the asset. In Nftopedia, the NFT marketplace, NFT book is their own like how to say rating NFT. You can put from any other NFT from like the OpenSea mintable variable. They can put it here so people can make rating on it. Like a Tinder, you like it, you swipe left. You don't like it, you don't like it. So something like this. So we put also some advertising. When you click, and somebody who click will earn some token.
Yeah.
All right. This is Nft app. So we just launched, but this is still on beta. We have about 5,700, 5.7K, and our rating is 4.9. Actually, now it's already like 10K plus download for our
Google App.
For our Play Store.
Play Store.
Yes.
Okay.
This is the glance look of our game, NFT Land. And this is about Dragon, where you can buy first the egg of the dragon, and then you can buy it to our marketplace. When you connect the wallet, we use Web3. So your egg will be shown in inventory, and you have to hatch the egg and become baby dragon. So when you become baby dragon, you can raise, you can put the how to say to lead. You can raise the dragon and find the friends to race together. There are 4, 7, and 10 players. So you can also merge the dragon and become the second one, the second level, and the third one. Become bigger. Yes. Well, Do It is our centralized exchange. So this is also still on beta, and it's like a normal exchange, but of course we will have a payment gateway inside, so you can easily do the deposit through bank transfer or e-money like GoPay or OVO and Nft. And of course signature. So signature, I don't want to talk too much because it's still in process, and this is just a blockchain. So far we use our network in finance. So we use our token as a Pfp20. So soon it will be ECT20, for example, for signature. So we will also have how to say smart contract, so people can fork it and do create their own token. So this is our basically our ecosystem where all will be related. So soon. Okay, the next one, Nftopedia.
Oh, okay. I'm sure.
Yes. So this Nftopedia marketplace is very interesting platform. You can easily type Nftopedia. You can download in Play Store. If you have iOS, you can use download. So far, we are in beta, so in test flight. So we have total supply 700. $10,283 holders. We already have listed in PancakeSwap and Hotbit. And we are listed also in CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko. So our utility use as the main token in every transaction in the Nftopedia marketplace and game item purchases. So we have Nft Wallet, Nftopedia marketplace. So as you see, this is the look of our Nft Wallet. So people can buy the token and then they can use Google Pay, they can use bank transfer, and soon they can use the GoPay OVO to deposit.
Okay.
So the Nft Wallet features keep the user can directly store cryptocurrency assets in the form of crypto, NFT assets, and other assets in non-platform safely. Send and receive at wallet. We also so far provide two networks, BEP20, I mean Binance, and feature that we will have soon, direct sell auction. You'll do the minting. It's very cheap. It's not like in So this is Nft book that I said to you that left, swipe left and swipe right. So when you like, so you can download on the Play Store for the one who using Google.
Finish.
Finish, huh?
Yeah,
Okay, so far.
So this is all in one app, or there's different projects, or how? Explain that.
Well, our company name is Tiga Token Digital. And Nft Wallet.
That's the one that's being downloaded now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question. One more question. Anyone? Yes.
I'm curious to know what happens when I swipe right, for instance.
Well,
how is it a match?
For example, I'm the artist. I will get the rating from you, so I will get like some kind of plus. So, and soon enough, we will give some kind of credit or reward for the artist who get more numbers of likes.
All right, so it's not that I'm allowed to introduce NFT or something like that as a user.
Well, to be honest, we still new. Of course, we will see from the people using our app if there will be some idea or something. We open to receive any idea from the users.
Hi.
Thanks.
Hi. I would like to know if I put my art on your app, and if that won't work, or can I put it on another marketplace, or contrary, if I am in another marketplace, can I import my art in your marketplace?
Well, this is a bit technical to answer. Well, for example, you have wallet Ethereum, and you have you minted in OpenSea, for example, using Ethereum. And we also, in our wallet, we have Ethereum network here. We supported Ethereum. So when, for example, you connect wallet to OpenSea using our wallet, of course, you can put it there, you can put it back to your wallet. I think like this also. I don't know if OpenSea, they don't have Binance so far. They have only Ethereum and Polygon. So I never try myself to put my my artwork there.
Well, actually, just a note, if you have an NFT that's on the Ethereum network, no matter what Ethereum NFT system, as long as they accept the type, whether it's 721 or 1155, you will see it because it's in your wallet. If you're in Binance, no matter what Binance related NFT platform you're using, you'll be able, and you have an NFT that's on the Binance chain, you'll be able to see it on any wallet or any platform that shows NFTs.
Correct.
So they are chain specific and also type specific. So some places don't accept 721, some places don't accept 1155, and they just have one thing, right? So it depends on what you have.
Correct.
Yeah, it's like now, for example, these GoPay, Oppo that we have here. Before we only have able to send from GoPay to GoPay, but now because of QRIS, we call it, we can send from GoPay to Oppo. So soon we will, we wait until we can send, anywhere in different blockchain area.
Absolutely. All right, let's give Jimmy a hand. Yay, Jimmy! Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. Right now, the next person is an NFT artist. Okay, and when she comes over here, she's going to share with you the emotion behind the art. Okay, and like I said earlier, we will be also auctioning one of her NFTs today. Yeah. Okay, so you ready? Alana, come on up.
Hi everyone. Good to be here today with the last one standing. So my name is Alana. I'm the artist of the generative series I'm going to show you guys. So I'm glad that the previous speaker went kind of deep into the Pfp thing. So I am originally from New Zealand. I have been painting murals for. I have been painting murals for. Oh, okay. I have been painting murals for 12 years, and I've been living in New York, Hong Kong, and New Zealand. I've been based in New York for the past 5 years, which is where most of my stuff is, and in Hong Kong. So I've been asked to do a lot of Instagrammable pieces. So a lot of restaurants. That's actually a COVID testing center. That's like a hair salon, a hot dog shop, and I'm also a traditional artist. So I do custom pieces, canvases, and I just feel like being an artist is really hard to promote yourself, especially when it comes to talking to clients about pricings and on the business side of stuff. So I actually got a manager last summer, and then she saw real potential in these prints that I did. And it's actually the first set of prints that I released in 2020. And they sold out within a couple of hours. And the first one to sell out was the smiley face one. And so she proposed this idea to make that into an NFT series last November and got us an investor. So this is how Real Face was born. So now we've got Real Face NFT. It's 7,753 unique Real Faces. And so that number, because when we first started designing, there was 7.753 billion people in the world. So it's like 1 in a million can get a piece. And so I did all the traits for it. That's my hand-drawn design in the background. And also we just feel like everyone that posts, so this is what the project looks like. We just feel like everyone that takes photos and videos on social media these days, they're all using filters and they're not really showing their real faces. So we've got everything from eye bags, big nose, thin lips, to like a muku face tattoo. So some of the real rare traits, like the this one here, it's like 1%, or like a certain background color is 10%, and we've also got one-of-ones in there. There's a couple that hasn't been revealed. Can you guys see any one-of-ones that you might be able to recognize? What do you see?
The one with the green background looks like an alien that's pretending that it's not their eyes or wearing sunglasses.
Close, but it's supposed to be Trinity from Matrix.
Oh, yeah.
And then as you guys can see, it's a little far, but this one says always tired with grills, so that's Post Malone. We've got That's Hot, that's Paris Hilton. She's quite big, especially in the woman NFT space. We've got Harley Quinn, and we've got a couple more coming. And then, so this links back to all my murals that I've painted. We're also doing a lot of real life events, mostly right now in New York and like Hong Kong. We work with the businesses, partnering with them. So for my NFT community, they can go there in person and get like a deal with like a haircut, or stay at the hotel for like a discounted price, or go eat at a restaurant for like happy hour all the time, or some kind of ideas like that. And for the people that aren't around, my investor, we're doing a big event with him in his stadium, Decentraland, and we're planning to do a lot more, virtual live events as well. So that's the idea of it. And yeah, that is my website if you guys are interested. And we're on ETH, minting for 0.06 right now. And that's all the information for social media. We've got a Discord as well that we do updates pretty frequently. And if you want to, ask me anything, we're pretty responsive on there too.
All right. Thank you very much, Alana. All right. So now you can see that Alana is very famous, right? So she's been everywhere. Her artwork is everywhere. And so you want to tell us a little bit about the NFT that you're auctioning off today?
Yes. Did she put it on here? So this is the piece I'm auctioning off. It's inspired by touch of like a fingerprint and movement. So I'm auctioning this piece off, and it comes with a 20-minute free consultation. If you have a business, I can come over, check out your space, and we can talk about a potential mural that you might want, and then like a partnership opportunity as well that's gonna be exclusive to my NFT community.
All right.
Start the auction.
Thank you. All right. So now first of all, remember that Okay, she's already a famous artist. She's already sold, how many NFTs have been sold already? Couple of hundred NFTs, okay? What's the average price for the NFTs when they get sold?
They're selling at 0.068.
Okay, which equates to, what, about $80, $100?
Yeah, roughly around that.
Okay, so $80 to $100 right now, okay, is what her stuff is selling for. So let's go ahead and just start the bidding at 200,000 rupiah, not $200. I know what you thought I was going to say. Let's start at 200,000 rupiah. Do I hear 200,000 rupiah? Okay, I got 200,000 rupiah. Do I hear 300,000 rupiah? Remember, this is an exclusive. 300, 400,000. Do I have here 500,000, 500,000, 500,000?
I actually have.
Okay, it's 500,000.
I
Okay.
have 600,000.
All right. Okay, 600,000. All right. Do we hear 700,000? 700,000.
Really? No one can admit it.
700,000. 700,000. So is that a bid? Okay, I don't think you have enough. Okay, 700,000. Okay, 700,000 going once. 800,000. 800,000. Okay, 800,000. Do we hear 800? Do we have 900,000? Let's go for a cool million. Cool million. $1 million rupiah. Anybody paying for a million rupiah? 1 million rupiah. No. Okay, going once for 900. Once for 900. Twice for 900. Three times for 900,000 rupiah. Congratulations. Oh, you're in the 900. Yeah, wait, which one was 900? Oh, you got 1 million. Oh, that was 1 million. Oh, okay. 1 million. Then we got up to 1 million. All right. So, okay, now we got 1 million. You want to go for 1.1? Okay, 1.1. Back to you. 1.2, 1.2, 1.2. Okay, well, we're at 1.1. 1.1. 1.1. Okay, do I hear 1.2? 1.2. Anybody go 1.2? Last chance. 1.1 going once.
I will
1.2 going twice. Because you're up next, Dante. Just wait. Okay. 1.2, 3. 1.1 3 times. Sold. 1.1. All right. Yay. Okay. All right. So now what we've got here is, okay, so remember that this is also including 20 minutes with Alana herself, who's going to basically help you out with your stuff. And of course, the NFT specifically minted just for you. Congratulations. All right. Thank you, Alana. Okay, now you've heard of him. You've heard his questions. Some of you may have even bought his book. Okay. So the next speaker, okay, is going to be Dante, and he's got a presentation. Weird, can you help us out a little bit on that? Okay. So now Dante, of course, okay, you may know him as son of Arthur, but Dante himself has his own identity. He's done a lot of great things, and he's going to share a little bit about that with you. Plus, he has an NFT set, and this one's going to be a little bit different. We're not going to auction them off. Everybody has a chance to buy either a single one or a set at a very low price. Okay, so stay tuned.
Okay, un moment, Dante. This one?
As you see, it's just a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are, so before I show you my NFTs, right? I'm just going to show you my general business journey. Okay? So.
Okay.
So this business journey began when I wrote my first book, essentially. I had a couple small businesses, but they all failed. This is the first time I got something to somewhat glide, at least. So you may have heard of this. This is my book, History of Life, 50 Fun Facts to Make You Sound Very Smart. Here it is. So it took me less than 2 months to write this, and I did everything from the cover to just even talking to the printer. So I basically did everything on this book. Okay, so if you, and by the way, quick side note, you can buy this for only under 50,000 rupiah or $10. Now let's move on to the next part. That is, your mom. Okay, so the next one was basically my course to help kids write their own books. So I worked together with my brother to make this website. As you can see, it's for sale. If you want to, any of you have kids and want to teach your kids how to write books, it's only for $19.95. So these are this is my first NFTs. So I call these resurrection NFTs, and as you see, they have animations. So I basically put a resurrection like a phoenix, right? Like when you think of a resurrection, something that resurrects itself, you think of sometimes one of the first creatures you think of is is a phoenix. So I basically put a phoenix and then put a coin next to it. And basically it's supposed to represent like the resurrection of that coin, of the coin coming back up from even the worst crashes that we all have experiences with. I'm not going to talk about them, but because you probably saw them yourselves. So these are all the NFTs except those. You know, those like to fail, like stuff flop when you think it's and break your expectation, your hype expectations. And in this case, it was the one file that decided to not work on the PowerPoint. So yeah, that's why you don't see the Doge Resurrection NFT. So I guess Doge doesn't like being resurrected.
All right, Dante. So first of all, do you want to say anything? Okay, what's going to happen here is that first of all, Dante is going to auction off one of these for. Actually, you can buy one for 100,000 rupiah. Okay, or you can get a set of all 6 for 500.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what would you use the money for?
I either use it for business purposes or science projects, personal science projects.
Okay. All right. Is there anything that you want to say to help people to make a better decision?
So if you buy my NFT, you won't be just supporting me. You'll also be supporting my dad because these are on the Galileo network. So if you like the Galileo network, if you support me, you also support my dad indirectly.
Okay, now remember earlier when Ian was talking about how you're helping when you're investing in somebody in the beginning? So each of these NFTs contains 1 hour of Dante's time, which can be used any time during his life. So if he becomes the next Elon Musk, you have 1 hour to pitch your next $1 billion idea to.
Yeah. I'm just going to briefly mention this because they're already out of OpenSea. I attempted to make a flag PNGs, but no one discovered them like I expected it because I made a big miscalculation. I thought only 1 million people were using OpenSeas. I made a big misjudgment. There was actually 1 million people making NFTs on OpenSea. Imagine miscalculating in that bad.
Okay, so does anybody want to buy one? Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
I have something.
You have something.
If you decide to just buy the one NFT, yeah, you only get an hour. If you buy a set on the spot, guess what? You also, besides getting a resurrection story, if you only buy one, you also get a customized resurrection NFT to go with your resurrection story, plus it's a golden version of a golden version that will be literally be golden, of course. Yes, of one of your NFTs is in the set.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, now just to kind of give you a little bit of Dante's journey, he was born 2 months early. He kind of has the same problems as I do, dyslexia and ADHD, which makes it difficult to focus sometimes. But you know, he has overcome all of these things in writing a book and everything else. So, okay, how many people want to get a single NFT? Can you raise your hand so that we can go ahead and get your orders right now? Single NFT, single NFT.
Just to let you know.
Okay. And all right, single NFT we have. Okay, go ahead.
There are only there are like enough NFTs to make like 4 sets. So if you were deciding to take a chunk of only one, guess what? You're basically indirectly, sadly, denying people all other more of the sets. Just be warned.
All right, and okay, so we've got, so anyway here, because it's a little more difficult, so what we'll do is after this little session during lunch, please find Dante if you want to buy his NFTs, and Dante will write your name down, okay, and preferably get your email so that we can get your wallet address. Now, how many people want to buy the set, the complete set? Complete set? Anybody for the complete set? Do you want to give away a free book with the complete set?
Yes.
Okay. Included a free signed book, and the signature is free.
Plus with a special surprise.
All right, well, at least you got single NFTs for sale with 1 hour ready to go. Okay, so anybody wants to buy anything, just see Dante during lunchtime. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dante. Thank you. Okay, so the last one before lunchtime is Arnold. And Arnold's going to share with us. What is this?
Where's Arnold? I'm kneeling.
Baliverse. The Baliverse.
Oh, here you
There
go.
it is. All right, Arnold. Okay, thank you, Arnold. Okay, so Arnold's going to be talking about the Baliverse. And Arnold, why don't you, while we're getting this all set up, why don't you just tell us a little bit about where you come from, what's going on?
Okay, so thank you for the time for me here to present about Baliverse NFT. Okay, so the picture is up already. So my name is. Okay, thank you. So let me introduce my name. My name is Arnold. I'm from the Baliverse team. I'm going to talk about Baliverse NFT here. So Baliverse is actually a profile pictures NFT that is on the Ethereum blockchain. Right now we have 8,000 of the NFTs, the profile pictures, the avatars, and we already sold out the 8,000 on 29th of January. Couple months back. So right now we can get the Baliverse in secondary market in OpenSea. So basically our mission is, we have 2 missions here. The first mission is we are trying to support the young creative talent in Bali, because we see Bali have a lot of potential, especially in the art, the cultures and everything. And the second one, we want to promote the Balinese culture to the global audience. That's our mission. So it's not just art for us. I mean, the Baliverse is, I'm going to show you the art later. It's from Balinese artist also called Rakajana. I will show you the art later. But we are emphasizing on the mission as well. So it's not just we are selling art. And okay, so we have some utility that is tied to the NFTs. For example, in the hospitality aspects, in the art, wellness, we are now still working on this one. This is part of our second roadmap to deliver the utility to the holder now. Okay, and the previous one is the real life utility, and the second one we have the on-chain perks. For example, this one, we are going to have future collections. And the next collection, the second collection, is about to be announced soon, this week. And then we are also going to implement the DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization here. So the holder can have a voice on this project. Okay, for the social, we also have already now set up a community fund. Right now it's 10 Ethereum that we already have in our community fund, and it is will be grown by certain activities from our holders and our team. And the fund is going to be to support the projects or to support the artists in Bali. Okay, and the last on our roadmap is we are going to put the Bali in the metaverse. But this is more like a longer roadmap. The last item in our roadmap. So basically, we're trying to cover the nature aspect of Bali, the cultural aspect, the art aspect, the people of Bali, probably the food, the sports, and everything in the metaverse. Right now, our plan is that to put in sandbox, but probably in the future we will not just be limited in one metaverse platform that we have now, sandbox. We already purchased the land. Well, probably we're going to we can possibly make a collaboration. I just arrived here today in this event. I don't know most of you yet, but probably some of you have some kind of metaverse platform in plan or already in development. Maybe we can see how we can collaborate together with this metaverse part of Bali first. Okay, so this is basically the same things. Okay, this is the art of the Bali first. Right now we have different kind of rarity in the Bali first. The one at the top, this one that is displayed is mostly the common and the special rarity one. But this one is the one of one collection that is uniquely drawn, just one in the collection. This is legendary collection, and this is our artist Rakajana. Rakajana is a young digital artist that is quite well known here in Bali, and we are going to make a collaboration with other young talented digital artists from Bali. Okay, so behind this project is Bali United Football Club. It's fully supported by the Bali United Football Club, professional football club from Bali. So, okay, so this is the information of our sales so far. The one on the top left corner, Sugriwa, is that is our highest sale. This one for the legendary is sold for 8 Ethereum, 8 Ethereum, and the rest is around 1.5 to 0.5. It's currently as of today. Okay, so this is the detail of our social media. You can join the Discord or follow our Twitter, Instagram, or visit us at bali1stnft.com to find out more about us. Or if you have any further questions that I can answer for you today, I will gladly answer your questions. That's it for me. Any questions?
All right, fantastic. So what do we got? Any questions? Any questions on the Baliverse?
Quick question, Mom.
Yes.
So, love the project and especially promoting artists and talent in Bali. Do you have any insight as to most of the buyers are in Bali or Indonesia or global? And I'm curious how that might grow over time.
Okay.
If it meet your vision.
Okay, so as for now, because at first we are trying to educate our community. So actually, Bali United group have some kind of like social media or community, a lot of community. There is the member is more than 80 million people, and it's mostly in Indonesia. So it's range from around a lot of aspects like we have a community for the art, for the music, for the anime, for the all kind of stuff, and we educate that community actually for this first collection of Bali First. So mostly the one that bought this NFT is right now from Indonesia. But the second collection we are going to launch the second collection, the third collection, the fourth collection. We are going to change that a bit from what I have in mind. We are going to change that a bit. So how we can try to start promoting this to the global audience. That's our homework there. And hopefully by attending this kind of event, we can do networking and we can know a lot more people, and then we can try to realize our mission.
Right. And when do the social events and parties start? Because that's really the most important question.
All right, okay, thank you very much. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, what question? Thank you very much. Let's have a hand.
All right, so Arnold,
Thank you again for joining us, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people. Hope you're staying for lunch. Okay, all right. So now lunchtime is kind of normal. You got like lunch, right? At lunchtime. Okay, but this lunch we're also going to do something a little bit special. All right. Now there is going to be the creation of an NFT during lunch. Now it doesn't mean you can't eat. Okay. What's going to happen is we have a artist who specializes in body painting, and we have a model who has a body, and so the model is going to be semi-nude, okay, and the painter is going to be painting her. This is going to be created in a time-lapse photography to create a very fast kind of video, which will be turned into an NFT, and we're going to auction off that NFT, okay, after lunch. All right. So those of you that want to check out the process of where this is happening, it's going to actually be happening down by the river in the little section that is under the cover, because like doing this in the sun probably wouldn't be the best idea. Okay, and so it's going to be right there in that little area where you've got the little bar that and the dragons and stuff right next to the swimming pools on the river. Okay, any questions? Yes.
Please tell me you're not the naked model.
The naked model is a girl, and we're auctioning off the NFT, not the model. Okay, so just to be clear. Okay. All right. Any? Are you guys ready for lunch? Yes. All right. Okay. Oh, here's our artist. Okay, this is Karina. Yay, Karina. Okay, so let's go down. So let's go for some lunch.
Lunchtime is starting now, by the way.
May courage of being arise.
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 As courage of being deeply breathing.
As courage of being facing myself. As courage of being with fear.
As courage of being embracing uncertainty. Allowing sensitivity, tapping into the nuances, the delicate sensations, the delicate energies, observing with compassion, wanting to support.
Being with grief and finding the beauty and the pain and the expression of a torrential flood of feeling. The relief, the reprieve, the refreshment, the peace, the stillness, the calm, the awashness with life, and the release of the pain.
Expanding shamelessly, casting aside the doubts, casting aside the limits, casting aside the inward anger, stepping through past, showing myself, showing, effortlessly growing, allowing the pull towards glorious fulfillment, glorious self-knowledge, and the fullness of expression, the fullness of being seen, and holding the gaze and knowing the connection, knowing the resonance and the influence.
Being alive in all its messiness, craziness, peak and trough, fear and love, the courage to try, the courage to learn, the willingness to feel the depth of my pain and the depth of my love, the fullest and truest embrace of who I am and what life is. without judgment, with full acceptance, with an enjoyment, with a care, with a tenderness, with a ferocity, with an embrace and with thanks. The beauty of this human experience and being on this plane. In the fullness of being alive, I set myself free to be who I am. What an opportunity to express how much we care. I mean, I will always remember this experience because I've just learned more about myself. And this process has allowed me to find aspects of myself that I wasn't aware that were there. Yeah, so thank you very much. The courage to feel our feelings. This is the crux of it all.
Aku tak video call aja ya, biar tahu posisinya di mana. Supaya itu yang tahu kan. Jadi saya cuma untuk kursi ini aja.
Oh, yang
Tapi kan bisa dikontrol. Tiga, dua aja ini.
Majuin aja ke sini.
Iya. Sofa itu boleh nggak?
Oh, ngadepnya sana kok, jadi itu bikinnya ke sana.
Oh, bikinnya ke sana.
Bentar Mas ya.
Dua meja ini yang saya mana? Oh ya.
pertanyaan saya tadi.
Ini kan this one, right?
Yeah.
And
It's nice to please with that's right, yeah. And then so I'm not sure what Mark has done with some of the pictures though.
Do you want to download all?
Yeah, so it's a collection. So this is the stories for Peter's part. So he's got a bit of the stories and the pictures, and there's also like monkeys. But yesterday, Arthur said he was going to try to take some of the pictures that we sent with the monkeys and try to create an NFT.
Oh, I think my team already worked on that. I think.
Because that's the idea to say, okay, that's what we've done right now. So the monkeys associated with the monkeys. And then this is the new collection what we try to talk about.
The paintings, yeah.
Correct.
Because last time we did drawing, and this is the painting.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the main one is the presentation that I sent to you.
This one. You said.
Is this the one? We have a good look.
The PowerPoint
You said another one?
Correct. There should be a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if it's this one that says NFT presentation.
No, hold on. Let me check my other phone.
Yes, it's on your other phone. Yes, let's go.
May courage of being arise.
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 As courage of being deeply breathing.
As courage of being facing myself. As courage of being with fear.
As courage of being embracing uncertainty. Allowing sensitivity, tapping into the nuances, the delicate sensations, the delicate energies, observing with compassion, wanting to support.
Being with grief and finding the beauty in the pain and the expression of a torrential flood of feeling. The relief, the reprieve, the refreshment, the peace, the stillness, the calm, the awashness with life, and the release of the pain.
Expanding shamelessly, casting aside the doubts, casting aside the limits, casting aside the inward anger, stepping through past, showing myself, showing effortlessly growing, allowing the pull towards glorious fulfillment, glorious self-knowledge, and the fullness of expression, the fullness of being seen, and holding the gaze and knowing the connection, knowing the resonance and the influence.
Being alive in all its messiness, craziness, peak and trough, fear and love, the courage to try, the courage to learn, the willingness to feel the depth of my pain, the depth of my love, the fullest and truest embrace of who I am and what life is, without judgment, with full acceptance, with an enjoyment, with a care, with a tenderness, with a ferocity, with an embrace, and with thanks. The beauty of this human experience and being on this plane, in the fullness of being alive, I set myself free to be who I am. What an opportunity to express how much we care. I mean, I will always remember this experience because I've just learned more about myself. And this process has allowed me to find aspects of myself that I wasn't aware that were there. Yeah, so thank you very much. The courage to feel our feelings. This is the crux of it all.
Yeah, those
Oh,
are,
yeah, those are yours.
But
Okay.
no, that's okay. I'll give it to you.
This is it.
Yes. 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 After I'm here. I'm here. Yes.
May courage of being arise.
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 As courage of being deeply breathing.
As courage of being facing myself. As courage of being with fear.
As courage of being embracing uncertainty. Allowing sensitivity, tapping into the nuances, the delicate sensations, the delicate energies, observing with compassion, wanting to support.
Being with grief and finding the beauty in the pain and the expression of a torrential flood of feeling, the relief, the reprieve, the refreshment, the peace, the stillness, the calm, the awashness with life, and the release of the pain.
Expanding shamelessly, casting aside the doubts, casting aside the limits, casting aside the inward anger, stepping through past, showing myself, showing effortlessly growing, allowing the pull towards glorious fulfillment, glorious self-knowledge, and the fullness of expression, the fullness of being seen, and holding the gaze, and knowing the connection, knowing the resonance and the influence.
Being alive in all its messiness, craziness, peak and trough, fear and love, the courage to try, the courage to learn, the willingness to feel the depth of my pain and the depth of my love, the fullest and truest embrace of who I am and what life is, without judgment, with full acceptance, with an enjoyment, with a care, with a tenderness, with a ferocity, with an embrace, and with thanks. The beauty of this human experience and being on this plane, in the fullness of being alive, I set myself free to be who I am. What an opportunity to express how much we care. I mean, I will always remember this experience because I've just learned more about myself. And this process has allowed me to find aspects of myself that I wasn't aware that were there. Yes, so thank you very much. The courage to feel our feelings. This is the crux of it all.
I already
So then it goes to the slides. I think it's
this is your PDF. This is your PowerPoint. But do you want to go?
I was thinking to start off with the unforgettable experiences.
Yeah.
You know,
This one?
Because the video is showing, and then just to scroll down a little bit, and then
You can use this, or you want me to assist you, or your friend can do it like but
it's a good question.
I can help you, but not to move around. If I'm not here, you can just scroll. But when you switch files, I can do it for you.
So then, this is one presentation. Okay, then it goes to here, and just click, right?
Yeah. Scroll. Click. Okay.
Okay, then let's start with the presentation first.
Okay.
And then when it comes to the link, then I will sit there and scroll down for it.
Okay. Yeah, because I need also to share to the audience. And I think I can do here.
Oh, okay.
But I will monitor. Okay, cool. Yeah, good. So yeah, maybe we'll start around 5 more minutes or maybe 10.
Unforgettable experiences.
This is our exhibitor worldwide, so we just like I'll leave it for a while, yeah?
Yeah.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Now, for those of you that are not aware of how this came to be, you gotta look at the girl in the green shirt named Wirma. Thank you, Wirma, for making this really possible, because you have made, everybody's saying, hey, Arthur, you did a great job. I mean, really, Wirma, and also we got to talk to Johannes here and his team. Johannes and his team, okay, who have made this happen. So these people are the ones that are really behind the scenes. And don't forget Mario and Ferry, who are making all of the stuff and collaterals and videos and artwork for behind the scenes. So thank you guys for actually making this happen. Hey, I almost forgot now, you guys have seen what's going on with the body painting downstairs. So we're making a hyper-lapse, time-lapse photography little video on that. So we are going to be auctioning that off in a little bit. So anybody that wants to bid on the NFT version of that time-lapse of the entire body painting process, get ready, because we're going to do that right after this talk.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started. If you want to make your way back in, find your seats. Welcome back.
Not me.
You want me on the camera?
Yeah, of course.
Hi, everyone online. Thanks for joining. Welcome back, everybody. Are you having a good day? Good morning?
Yeah!
Lots of learning, huh? Yeah, I've been very, very interested in the talks today, so I hope you've been learning a lot as well. We are moving on to a very interesting talk here about Bali Life Foundation. This is a home for 40 children who have been orphaned or abandoned. And we're going to hear from Peta, who is the foundation director, as well as Sean Dudenhofen, who's the general manager at Karma Kandara, about the work that they're doing there for these children. So let's give them a very, very warm welcome. Mara.
Thank you. It's good to be back. All right, so the inspiration of NFT caught us a few weeks ago. Bali News asked us to support in ways that we yet understand from the sponsorship. And today was mainly, as I said before, is to plant the seed. And Karma Kandara, what we've been doing is supporting the communities around us. And today it's about that. And I invited Peter to join us because as we go through the presentation, there's a lot of small things that we've been doing on site. Number one, to engage in the guests, to help them to understand. We put a few things online. And what we started to see was that there was more exposure. We took it from the custom registration card that you get on check.
Perfect time. And okay, no worries. But look, Peter, maybe you can stand with me. Peter and I work closely together, and we kind of say to ourselves, we are the yin and the yang of what we present.
You'll also have to be a little louder because there are people nattering in the background.
Yeah. I'll try to be as loud as I can. So basically, Bali Life Foundation, we embraced each other to look at how we can support the children by gifting something new. And when we discussed this whole thing about NFT, it was about a collective role of where people were intrinsic on what they could do for each other. We know that Bali has a lot of talent, and we might be talented in ways to teach the children something new that's coming.
Awesome, thank you. And so basically by this intrinsic nature of what we try to do is try collectively bring people together to help the children to learn something new. And so what Karma has done is, from a physical nature, is to support us what we can, learning how to bake, learning how to cook, learning how to serve. Small things, either physically or mentally. But as we started over this weekend, we started to look at what the kids were doing. And so we started small initiatives from Karma, a Christmas tree that was gifted, and it's got a little detail on what the children would like to learn, what would they like to do. And we started to see a little bit of a trend on stepping out of the physical and learning into computers or arts. And maybe that's one thing from the hospitality sector that we don't have yet, but we can collectively bring people together as a location. So be it from Christmas, we started working on, and you'll see a bit later, our sketches with the monkeys. And the whole thing about the monkeys is it's a family. And we took that into the next step of physically, what can we do for the children, these beach days. And everything that you see on the screen is all sponsored. So a lot of it is speaking to collaborative of gelato and speaking to equipment and then bringing the kids together, and then whatever they use, they take home, and then they bring it back again at a later stage. This is our beach, by the way. And then as we go down, we've got these movie nights that we've created. So the whole idea was to get them closer together so that as children, they open up and they start to talk to you a little bit more on how we can help them. And so hence by speaking closely to Peter, we started moving closer from one movie night into Easter. And a lot of the functions that we have over the next week is also supporting with proceeds to the foundation. So when you join us on one of the events, that a contribution goes towards the foundation to help them. But rightfully, what Arthur mentioned the other day, sometimes it's not about the money. It's not about asking what we can get from a monetary value. It's more where the money goes. And I think knowing where it goes has a better value. And so the idea from the NFT perspective came into place where it's the value behind the product more so than the actual product. And I'll take a question now. I'll jump into it now. And so it comes down to this, and this is where we are today. It's about the children trying to learn art, and we're trying to bring artists down to the south. And so I said to Peter, how can we best present ourselves in this way? And as a location of near Ungasan, I mean, beautiful beaches, but it also gives a location where talents of people who've got photography, like Stanley mentioned, or Heather being outspoken, we create an environment for you to present yourselves. And that's something that I'm happy to do to support. So today we've got a few things that we'll be auctioning off, but it's on the basis of what we would like to do for the children. In saying this, the foundation has also branched off a little bit further. And one beautiful part of it is where Peter has taken this into what we call a Karma Care package. And so we actually have next door to the orphanage school is a school. So it's a daycare for people that can afford the daycare, and all the proceeds from that daycare get filtered down into the orphanage. And so we try to utilize that space to encourage more people to come in, and teachers come in and do the sponsorship, do the coaching on site, volunteering. And because of that, more people come in and more people support. And so now we take the physical element now into a bit of a virtual sense. And that's where we are today, basically. So, maybe I can hand over to you, can talk a little bit more.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me to this event. And Arthur, wherever you are, thank you very much for having me. And Ibu Wilma, terima kasih Ibu Wilma. Thank you very much for having me. And thank you for introducing me. And everybody's there. Everybody's here. I'll talk to you later, yeah? I just get the questions later. So basically, I'm Peter Panjaitan. My last name is a bit hard to pronounce. Just call me Pete. I am the director of Bali Foundation. We run several projects in Bukit Belasan, and we have been there since 2006. And we have been coordinate and then collaborate with Karma since 2010. And Karma Kandara also helps in helping us into building our children's home. There was with Pak John, the owner of Karma, also helping to do that. And since then, we also growing our relationship with Karma. So I'm just going to explain a little bit more about Bali Foundation. So Bali Foundation is a foundation located in Bali, Bukit, particularly to give hope, dignity, and purpose for underprivileged children in Bali, Indonesia. So we have our children's home. We've got our Soul Community Center. Our children's home are for children who are orphaned, abandoned, abused, coming from poverty background. So we give them housing, care, and shelter for those who are needed. That's the first one. And then the second one is we've got our Street Kids Center and Women Workshop, which is located in Denpasar. We dedicated that for street kids, street beggars in Kuta area, in Denpasar, who mostly comes from Muntigunung or Padahat in northeast of Bali, in Karangasem. So we have about 50 kids there in our drop-in shelter, but they still live with their parents. But we still believe in family values. So if we can help them together to stay with the families, but educate them and give them the opportunity to be the same with other kids. They have the same opportunity, they will make it, So we have those, and we also have women workshop to empower their moms, the street mom, so they doesn't beg anymore. So we give them handicraft working, soft skills, sewing lessons, those kind of things. That's we started in 2014. And 2016, we start a Soul Community Center. Maybe some of you know about the biggest trash mountain, trash waste dump area in Serangan area. So there's about 32 hectares of land of waste. That all of the waste coming from Gianyar, Tabanan, Badung, and Denpasar actually go into that area. 3,000 tons every day. 3,000 tons of waste every day come into that dump area, and then about more than 100 families live there and making life from sorting out trash. They can make money from the bottle, the plastic bottles and some other things. And then the stench, everything else is very better there. We have about 50 kids also that we educated there. We also have package program, we call it acceleration program, where we can give them education and Kindi certificate, those kind of things. We also run a disaster relief, like in Mount Agung eruption, and then in Lombok earthquake, and also in Palu, Sulawesi, we have those branches that we help people outside of Bali. So at this moment, our close relationship with Sean and Karma Kandara and Pak John, the owners, are closely with the children's home. So many of our children who's a lot of them actually coming from hospitality background. So they are in high school, they are in vocational school, or they're also in a hospitality diploma. They actually get trained at Karma. So they have a 6-month training, and then Karma receive all of that, and then we've got them in housekeeping, we've got them in the front office, we've got them in the kitchen, F&B, and those kind of things. So Sean really helped us on that one. So in a short story, well, Bali Life Foundation there to empower, not just to give them always the fish, but empower them so they can actually give them the fishing tools. That's what Sean and his company done for us. So to empower the children, to empower the mom, and make it happen to have them a better future. There's a few stories. Just last one story. So if we have time, we will show you later the story of Bayu. So
She came to us about 6 years ago. She just graduated from college, from hospitality last year, and then now she's working as a barista and a waitress in one of the cafe in Denpasar. So she make it, you know. So one of them, the other one is actually graduated with magna cum laude from. She's got a degree in economy and business. So this kind of thing that we wanted to see. So and we would love to see more and more and more children that you can give the same opportunity by doing this, by doing various and creative way how we can do it, because I don't understand about NFTs. Sean explained it to me, and then whatever, Sean, I do what you do. But I try to understand it now, and hopefully this can be a good relationship, good networking, and we can have the children in Bali and Indonesia for the future, have a better future, and then stop the cycle of poverty through education and empowerment. Terima kasih. That's the cue.
Saat ini kesibukan saya adalah bekerja di sebuah coffee shop di daerah Denpasar sebagai barista dan waitress. Pada saat kuliah, saya mengambil jurusan Food and Beverage Service Diploma 1 di Fokus Caribbean College. Saya tinggal di Bali selama 6 tahun, dari tahun 2014 sampai 2020. Dan hampir 2 tahun saya sudah tinggal mandiri. Selama tinggal di Bali, saya banyak merasakan hal-hal yang bisa saya pelajari hingga saya bisa sampai di titik ini, dan saya sangat bersyukur karena Bali sudah mensupport pendidikan saya hingga selesai. Dan juga di Bali saya mendapatkan banyak kasih sayang dimulai dari orang tua, teman-teman, adik-adik dan kakak-kakak yang ada di sini. Untuk Bali dan para sponsor, terima kasih karena sudah mensupport pendidikan saya dan mensupport segala kebutuhan saya, sehingga saya tidak merasa kekurangan sesuatu apapun di sini. Saya sangat senang karena tempat ini saya merasakan suka duka bersama keluarga Bali Life. Impian saya ke depan, saya ingin menjadi seorang manajer di sebuah hotel bintang 5. Matur suksema, terima kasih.
Thank you guys for listening. Matur suksema, terima kasih. I'll give it to you, Sean.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean and Peta. Is this when you want to do the auction?
Okay, yesterday we talked about auctioning off one of the NFTs that the kids had drawn.
Correct.
Okay, so do we know which one that is? Is this it?
Well, this is one of them. This is the healing of the world empire.
All right. Okay. So this is the one. So anyway, we're gonna do one. Okay. So now this is an NFT that is going to be created specifically for you guys. Okay. And we're going to be auctioning this off. Okay. The proceeds, of course, all go to the Bali Life Foundation. Thank you. Okay. And so we'll start at 500,000 rupiah.
600,000.
Come on, okay, 500,000. All right, okay. 500,000. Do I hear 700? Okay. 700. Do I hear 700? Okay. Okay, we've got 700. Okay, do I hear 800?
Me?
800,000. 800,000. Okay, Dante for 800,000. All right, do we hear 900? Do we hear 900? 900,000. 900,000. Anybody? Okay. 800,000 going once.
Please.
Okay. You wanted it, right?
No, the joke. No.
If you want, you can't bid unless you're real, Dante. That's a lesson. You're donating your money to help the kids, Dante. So congratulations. Wait, let me. All right. 800,000. All right. Good job.
We do a lot of community service.
That's the first time I did it.
All right. Fantastic. So you were. Oh, you're 900.
A million.
Oh, a million. 1 million. 1 million. 1 million. 1 million. 1 million. Do I hear 1.1? 1.1. Anybody 1.1? Okay, 1 million going once. 1 million going twice. Okay, sold for $1 million. All right. To Heather Hansen, author of Unmuted, bestseller already on Amazon.
That was the first time I went doing an auction. It was fun.
Arthur, can I put just say thank you on behalf of
Just to say thank you for bidding. I didn't put this out there in the beginning, but thank you for your contribution. Karma Kandara would like to invite you for a one-night stay. So give us a program.
So there you go. That in itself is already more than $1 million. Congratulations.
Okay, I should have bidded more.
FOMO, Dante, FOMO. Okay, wait, we still got one more. Okay, so Karina and your model, you want to come up here? Okay, remember that Karina was painting her model. We did a little time-lapse photography thing on that. So so now we're going to be auctioning that off. Okay, so now Karina's work is also on Galileo, so you've got a lot of some really cool, outrageous, weird stuff on there, man. It's like blows your mind. Okay, and so we're going to. So this is a NFT that hasn't been minted yet. We will be minting it specifically for you. Okay, and it can incorporate all kinds of things that you may want to put into it. But so this NFT is the live version, the first mint of the body painting with Karina. Okay, and sorry, Antonella. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so
One question before we start the auction, because I need to make sure if I'm doing this correctly. How much are your NFTs usually worth?
No, right. Okay, this is the first one that she's selling as an NFT. Okay, but she sells her paintings online for up to how much do your paintings go? Okay, all right. So anyway, so she doesn't have an answer. That means it's either really high or really low. We don't know, right? Okay, but anyway, you can kind of see the paintwork. All right. Okay, so we'll start bidding at 300,000. Do I hear
400,000?
Dante, we're not allowing you to bid anymore because you don't actually want to win. Okay, so 300,000. Do we hear 300,000? Okay, an original NFT made right here. Okay, 300,000. Oh no, okay, you're stretching your ear. Got it. Okay, 300,000. No, not from you. Okay, 300,000. Okay, I got 300,000. Okay, do I hear 400,000? 400,000. Okay, do I hear 400,000?
I'm actually doing it for real.
No. Okay, 400. Do I hear 400? 400,000. Yes, I got 400,000. Okay. So do I hear 500? 500. Dante, you're not supposed to get NFTs of semi-naked girls. Okay, so we got 400,000. 400,000. Do we hear 5? Do I hear 5? 500,000. 500,000. Okay, 500,000. 500,000. Anyone? Okay, remember this is another first mint. Okay, Karina is quite an extraordinary artist. You've seen some of her stuff displayed on with the different displays that we do. Okay, so she is definitely up and coming. Okay, I got anyway 500. Make it even simple. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. All right. Okay, we got 500,000. 500,000. Okay, so do I hear 600? 600. Okay.
I'm actually betting.
500 going once.
I'm actually betting.
500 going twice.
And I'm thinking.
Okay, 500,000. So Lawrence, yay! Okay, any special bonuses? Heather got a Karma Kandara one night today. I'm just wondering, There's a gratitude as a bonus, okay? All right. Man, amazing. Thank you very much. Okay, so William will take care of you guys. And now we've got some new speakers coming up online right now.
So let's give Bali Life and our lovely artists a round of applause before we move on. Wonderful. So we are moving back online. We have a live streamed presentation from Andy Broadway, CEO of NFT Strategic Consulting. And he's a sought after author, publisher, speaker, and business strategist, a 9-time best-selling author. And his newest book, which I think we will all be very interested in, NFT Secrets Revealed. So using the past 20 years of business experience in the NFT world, he put it all into that book for all of us to enjoy. So today we're going to hear from his deep well of wisdom. Andy, we're really happy to have you here. Welcome. We're going to hear about everything you wanted to know, but we're afraid to ask. So it sounds like the perfect topic for all of us. So Andy, welcome. Looks like you're on mute. He needs to be unmuted. You with us, Andy? There we go. Hi, Andy. Wirma, help us. Where's Wirma? We can't hear you, Andy, so just 1 second. Paging Wirma, where are you? Or whoever knows how to turn this up and on. Oh, I think, is she over there?
Yeah, she's working.
Okay, she's working on it, Andy. Hang with us for a second.
Let me check for you.
Yeah, this is on full. It's on full blast.
On full already. The HDMI.
We cannot hear him. His audio is not coming out.
Your audio is not coming out. Could you check your microphone?
Speakers, yeah.
Okay, maybe you can check to see if the little microphone on your side is on or off. If it's red, it's off. Okay, maybe try refreshing the browser.
All right, well, while we're waiting, I'm not going to sing and dance, but why don't we open it up to the floor here? Anybody have any comments or learning points from this morning? What's been your favorite talk or aha moment of today, looking back over the morning? Yeah?
Bought my first NFTs.
Woo! He bought his first NFT!
Right.
Welcome to the community!
So we still can't hear you. Okay, you can hear us, okay, but we can't hear you. You are, maybe we can have a lip reader to kind of express what you're trying to say.
Andy, it looks like on your side the computer microphone is not, it's on.
Yeah, maybe you could check on your browsers, like on the bottom, there's 2 little lines, and check which microphone.
Yeah.
It might be on a different microphone that's not connected to something.
Can you hear him on the phone? We just can't hear him here. But his mic isn't even moving, so it's something on this side with the microphone. Okay, let's go back to this new NFT that you bought. So which one did you get? It was one that was auctioned, right?
Yeah, from Arana.
Nice, nice. So the first of many.
It's really the first step because now I need to create the income or something like that.
Yeah.
I know those things.
And you're an artist, so maybe the next one will be your own. Well done. Congrats. Anything else? Other learning points, favorite speaker, something that stood out today from the morning? No? Or Andy? We're just like, I got nothing for you, Heather. I got nothing for you. No, yeah, sorry.
Wirma's going to be giving the next talk. Yay!
Yay, Wirma! Come tell us how to organize an event like this. No. I feel like, the main thing that stood out for me today, which was carried through by a few of the speakers, was this idea of placing ourselves into the metaverse and having value on our own lives. And that I thought was fascinating and a little dangerous, maybe, because I just wonder where that's going to go. Having a PFP is one thing, but then to have a value placed on your existence, your life, your accomplishments, it's like,
Well,
not
but even
safe.
that's already done.
We already have that, right? Through social media.
Facebook, how many followers?
Followers, yeah.
Even in a job kind of interview, okay, what type of social media presence you have does count.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
He's on. We can hear him. Oh, yay. Okay.
Yes?
Yes, Andy, we got you. Wonderful.
All right, well, let me stand up now.
Great. Well done.
All you guys saw was the top of my head. All right, you guys hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, good. It should be coming from this microphone here. You guys can hear me here?
We can hear you.
All right, fantastic. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to attend this seminar via virtually. I've been traveling all over the country over the past couple of months talking about NFTs. Just came back from Miami a little bit ago. So thank you for having me here. Wish I could be there in person. I've never been to Bali before, so it's on my list of coming. So I appreciate that. So I'm going to get right into the content, and we're going to talk about NFTs and the secrets behind all that. And I want you to stay tuned if you're watching virtually or if you're in person. I've got copies of my book that I'm going to be giving away at the very end. And I'm going to give away 5 physical copies. And I'm also going to give away digital copies, anyone that would like a digital copy of it. So let's talk about NFT basics. So the NFT basics, and I'm sure some of the other speakers have touched on this too, but the easiest way for me to kind of talk about NFTs and explain this to anybody else is you want to think about them as a digital asset that is verifiable on the blockchain. So NFT stands for non-fungible, tokens, but I like to break it down and make it simple for most people to understand. And when you think about it as a digital asset, it is verifiable on the blockchain. It's very easier for people to get the idea behind what an NFT is. Because, but one of the biggest questions, I was in an Uber a couple of days ago, and a guy pulled out a bottle of water when I was talking about NFTs, and he goes, well, if I had a photo of this bottle of water, and if I shared it with a friend, how would I make this photo an NFT? Because I've already given that photo to a friend already. I said, well, the idea is that if you had a photo of the bottle itself and you put that on the blockchain, you could verify that you owned the picture of the bottle and you also owned the bottle. You could do it both ways. And so he understood that a little bit easier to be able to get the idea that the non-fungible token or the NFT was verifiable, that only one person can own that at a time. That doesn't matter whether you cut and paste or do anything like that. It still comes down to who is the owner of the NFT itself. And that's easy to verifiable because it's on the blockchain. So the second thing I want you to think about is some of the uses of NFTs. I'm involved with several projects as a consultant and advisor. So there's lots of uses that are being currently used for NFTs. The first one, as you know, art is being used heavily with it because that's where it began, with Bored Apes and CryptoPunks and kitties and all the other ones. It all began with a piece of digital art. But now it's been able to transition over to other things like music. There's been recording artists that are going off of their label, getting rid of the label, not signing back on their label, and actually recording their own music on an NFT. There's been several examples where one artist dropped his new song, sold 1 million copies of it at 99 cents. He now went platinum just by an NFT. Never had to release a physical or a record or an album or anything like that. He just did it all digitally. The other way that you could use NFTs is in a content form. So if you had some content that was audio, video, or if you had a book, you could make that also an NFT, because the whole idea is that you could limit the amount of copies that you had on a certain item. whether it be content, digital, art, or whatever. There's a limitation of how many that you have. The next thing is experiences. Now we're beginning to see this a lot. I'm going to talk about Gary Vee and his project here, but you're beginning to see that there are experiences that now could be done through using NFTs. And there's all different ways of creating these different and unique experiences. You're also going to be seeing that events are starting and will have use of the NFT in order to get into the event or the concert. I'm right now consulting on a project with a pretty large recording artist, and in the future, in order to attend his concert, you can only attend if you have an NFT. Now, the value to that is not only did you prove that you went to that concert and it's on the blockchain, but they're able to control the amount of people that's there. And the recording artists and events are getting excited about this because they can get rid of the scalpers that are in front of the venue selling the tickets. So now you will have scalpers, but they will be on the blockchain called the secondary marketplace. But it'll all be professional, and you'll be able to have that venue reap the benefits of the NFT being sold on another ticket because of the secondary marketplace, and you lock that straight into the smart contract. You also have physical items that are now transitioning over into the NFT. So if you had a physical item, like a piece of art, or you had a home, actually, right now, homes are, the first NFT home was right there in Florida. So you have a physical item that all of the stuff is inside of it. You're going to begin to see other stuff in the future, like cars, like I think BMW or Audi made an announcement that their cars are all going to be NFT driven, meaning that all of the parts inside of the car and all the items are going to be on the blockchain inside of an NFT, all traceable. And that when you get ready to sell the car, everything that's a part of that car will be inside of the NFT itself. Now, let's talk about some of the successes of the NFTs. Now, we've all heard of Bored Apes, and Bored Apes right now has $1 billion evaluation of Bored Apes. That project began with 10,000. Now it's evolved into other variations of it. But what they've done with that one, very smart that they've done with it, is they built this community. And a lot of celebrities have come in and bought different Bored Apes to identify themselves as that's who they are. And it gained a lot of popularity. But remember, that goes back to, it wasn't a physical, it was just a digital piece of art. And how they set up the ownership and the IP on that was also very cool, because the owners of that particular Bored Ape could then do other things with it. Some of them have went on to do concerts with their Bored Ape, right? So now you have Gary Vaynerchuk, or Gary V, that created VeeFriends last year, and he had a very a brilliant idea on how we wanted to release it. He just did doodles. He took out a piece of paper, ran a camera, and started doing a little doodle, and had certain characters that meant certain things. And he sold over 9,000 of these doodles. But what he did with this, he attached a utility to it. That's a common word that we hear. But all utility is that you attach an additional value to that NFT other than just the digital art. So what he did brilliantly with that was he created it and said, if you own this NFT, you have access to 3 years worth of my live events called VCon. And the only way you can get into that event is if you have one of my VeeFriends. So I was just talking to somebody the other day. They bought a VeeFriend at about $1,800 initially. That same now VeeFriend is worth $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. He says, I'm not selling it. But a lot of people got into the market of buying them and reselling them. But if you understand the value of it, he wants to go to the event that Gary puts on because he understands the exclusivity. Now, what Gary also did was he uniquely put together some personal experiences. So if you want to have dinner with him, you bought one of his VeeFriends or one of his NFTs that gave you the experience of having dinner with him. You actually go and have dinner with him. And I know Gary very well. I've been backstage with him at several events, and he pours his heart out into when somebody's talking to him. So if you think you're just going to go have dinner with him and eat for 45 minutes and then he's going to leave, that ain't going to happen. Gary V pours himself into the conversation, and he's totally with you, and he provides a massive amount of his time, value, and knowledge. So if you bought one of those dinner experiences with him, that experience isn't going to be a 45-minute dinner. It's probably going to be a couple of hours. And so those things are now valued over to $100,000. So he created that very unique experience. But he was able to manage it by saying, I'm only going to create a certain amount of them. Then I could then have enough bandwidth and be able to still run my companies and provide this massive value to the people. So those are ideas on successes. There's been all sorts of different varieties and different ways that people have done success with their NFTs and with their projects. So let's just look at sales here. So last year, there's lots of numbers floating around, but the one that is pretty solid is saying that last year of 2021, there was $26 billion worth of sales. Now that's a lot, but it isn't the full potential. If you think that you got into the NFT space too late, not true. We are basically just at the very beginning of the NFT marketplace and the beginning of the NFT growth. You're going to see massive opportunities there. So we don't need to live in the space of FOMO, because whatever time you get involved with it and do whatever you're going to do is that time. I was just at an event last week. One of the speakers that came up was a guy named Grant Cardone. Now, I thought Grant Cardone was going to be speaking. He actually wasn't speaking. He was on a panel. And basically, he was asking the 4 or 5 people that were on the panel, what should I do with my business with NFTs? And he was humbly asking what he should do. And they gave him some really great input. One of the speakers on that panel said, don't be in a hurry, but have a plan. So the first thing that they all recommend doing is building your community first. Building a separate community that is off of the Web 2.0 community. So you want to start building your community that you own it. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about building the community and the value of that shortly in my presentation here. But that was the biggest of advice that all of them gave. And that is build your community first. That way, when you get ready to release an NFT or you start to talk about it, you can get a lot of great feedback from your community, and you'll already have a base of people that are going to buy. That's what Gary V did for months leading up to his launch. He talked about it, built his community inside of Discord, and then when it was time to sell his or make his NFT available, he was able to sell out pretty quickly. So you hear lots of successes of NFTs selling out in 8 seconds and 2 hours and 30 minutes and all this other stuff. The reason why is because they took the time to build a community up. They also built a time to talk to their community and ask what other additional value pieces, and they were very strategic in thinking about how you're going to launch it. So when a client comes to me and says, hey, I'd like to start an NFT project, I look at not only what do they have now as assets that we could turn into NFTs, but also what does the future look like? When clients hire me to work on any project, by the way, I've been in the internet marketing space for close to 20 years now. So I'm new to NFTs, meaning like everybody is new to NFTs within the last year, but I'm not new to marketing. And if you understand the nuances and how to release a product and how your customers want to buy, then it's much easier to put a strategic plan together. Okay. So the next thing is, here's some secrets that you want to write down. If you're taking notes, here's some things that you want to write down. Number one, if you're thinking about creating an NFT, start with your passion. What does your passion tell you that you want to do? Now, a lot of I got asked from a personal coach that says, well, could I create an NFT out of my coaching program? And I said, yes, absolutely you could, because if you only have a certain amount of hours in a week or a certain amount of time that you're going to spend with clients, you could create unique experiences around that. but there's also the potential of building other stuff on the back end of your coaching that you could create NFTs from. You could do events that are NFT driven and that has the value of that. There was a marketing company called ClickFunnels that just recently released a bunch of NFTs. And what they did is they went back in time and said that if you attended this event 3, 4, 5 years ago, we're going to create an NFT of that event. And inside of that NFT, we're going to give you access to all of the recordings and all the notes, all the PowerPoints. They're going to be inside of that NFT. They didn't charge anyone because they already paid for the event. But what they did is they added value to it by saying, you automatically are going to own the NFT of an event in the past. Now, you could keep the NFT, or if you wanted to, you could sell that NFT because it has all the valuable content of all the speakers that attended that event. So that's something to think about from it. The other thing is, if you're taking notes, write this down. You want to think about building your community. And we talked about that already, but I want you to think community. And you hear that a lot in the NFT world. But a community is the place where you can communicate directly with your customers and the investors that buy your NFT, but you also have them all in one place. Now, right now, the place is Discord, but I'm going to tell you now that that is going to change. It is not going to be Discord forever. There are other plans, that other systems in place that are community driven, that are decentralized, that allow you to build your community on, that is more user friendly than Discord. If any of you ever been in Discord, you understand that it is, there's a lot of information that's there, and you have to go through a little bit of a learning curve in order to experience that. Discord is not for the masses. Discord is for what we have now, but in the future, you're going to start seeing other communities online that, again, you own it. I'm not talking about building a Facebook community or a Facebook page or group or doing anything on any of those platforms, because we want to get away from those platforms, because those platforms own all of our data. Now, I'm not going to get started on that because I'm sure another speaker's talked about that before, but the whole Web 3.0 is something that you want to think about, and how you now can own that relationship. And then that relationship in the community is community driven. You get to talk directly with your customers. They can give you feedback on, and you can build something stronger. And in the end, you own that community. Now, when I say own, it doesn't mean that you're dominating, but it means that you own that relationship. So let me give you an example. When Gary Vee dropped his NFT of the 9,000 plus that he sold, I believe it was 9,800, he went out to social media and talked about it, right? But now he has several 100,000 people in his community. So when Gary Vee gets ready to release another NFT, which I can tell you he's going to, when he does, he no longer has to go out to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, anywhere to say anything about it. He can privately make the announcement inside of his own community, and he never has to spend $1 again on any kind of ads or any kind of advertisements or revenue generating machine, because he owns that community. That's the beautiful thing about building your community. So number 2, I said, build your community, build it first, then start to ask questions. The second thing in building an NFT, the third thing is you want to build small. So I want you to think long term. So we all have seen 5K drops and 10K drops and even $100,000 drop, 100K drops in the NFT world. Well, what I would encourage you to do is think a bit smaller, because it's much easier to build on something smaller, add the value into the community, but also think long term. There has been a ton of cash grabs. People coming in doing a 5K, a 10K, and maybe they rug pulled, or maybe they just did a big launch and they didn't provide the value. But my belief is that we want to provide long-term value and provide utility in there or additional benefits where we're constantly adding additional value to the NFT holders. The fourth thing is that I say always be transparent to what you're doing. Everything on the blockchain is transparent. You want to be 100% transparent and always be there every single step of the way that you're doing something. So if you're experimenting with something or an idea, make it clear that you're experimenting with an idea and that you need your community's feedback and help in launching the program or in a design of something. You want to be completely transparent. Okay, so what is Web 3.0 and where is it going? So in my mind, Web 3.0 is the direction that we're going, and that we've been in that direction in the past year. And it really came to the forefront because of the NFT growth. Now, NFTs have been around for a couple of years now, had the biggest growth last year. But now what we have is now people are talking about Web 3.0. And where it's going is we're talking about the metaverse. And by the way, let's make something really clear here. Number one, Facebook doesn't own the metaverse, even though their name is Meta. Number two, there isn't one metaverse. They should have called it metaverses because there's different ones and people are doing different things on their metaverse platform. So you want to think about that also. If you want to build a metaverse wrapped around your product, that's basically your community, right? On steroids. The next thing is you want to stay away from, and I know this is going to be a little controversial, is that we want to get away from using social media so much, right? Social media had its place, but we're beginning to evolve into the space of Web 3.0, where social media isn't the forefront of what you're doing. If you're a business owner like myself and clients that I work with, you're beginning to notice that when you put something on Instagram or on Facebook, the organic reach is getting lower and lower and lower. And right now it's at like less than 3%, meaning that you post something, you got 1,000 followers, only 30 people are going to actually see that organically. That's pretty sad. But because those platforms have gotten to the place where they're wanting you to pay them to expose it to more people, not only your people, but other people, that's been their business model, right? And it has worked. And we've been very successful working on campaigns for clients over the years using Facebook and Instagram, but we're beginning to make that change. And that change is moving into Web 3.0. We want to be very specific and forethought and put a lot of thought into how we're going to make that transition. So the other thing was, I also told you that we want to build your own community. You want to spend a lot of time building your own community because number one, you have that direct interface. Number two, nobody can take it away. Facebook can't come along and turn off your page or delete your page or delete your Twitter account or whatever it is. They have the power to do that, but they don't have a power to do anything with your community because you own that relationship and you're not in the business of collecting information. You're in the business of just providing value to your community. So a couple of closing thoughts, and then I'll take a few questions or take as many questions as you'd like to throw at me. Now, a couple of closing thoughts. One is do your own research. Go out there and spend the time. Gary talks about putting in your 100 hours. I would encourage you to go out and spend time listening to trusted people that are in the space where you can go get education and be clear on. And not just listen to one, listen to multiple people. I spent several hundred hours listening to videos, listening to podcasts. There's lots of great podcasts out there. So when I'm driving around in my car, I'm listening to podcasts. I don't listen to radio anymore. I listen to podcasts, no music for me. I want to be continually being educated on the topic that I'm passionate about. I have never seen in the history of me doing marketing for the past 20 years, I've never seen what we are about to grow into with NFTs. And I'm super excited about it and juiced up because I can see the different potentials and the different uses for my clients and projects that are coming my way. If you saw what was on my calendar, saw the projects that I'm involved with, it'd blow your mind because you would say, well, I didn't know you could do that with it, or this with it. But when I have a conversation with somebody, I can dig into the questions and say, oh yeah, that could be an NFT. Yeah, we could do this with it. We could do that with it. Because I've been in the business for 20 years. Somebody getting into the space new may not know that, may not know the different ways of converting it, but it's being done that way. So the next thing is, you want to make sure you do your research. And then here's the last and final thing. And that is, what I'd like to offer everyone is a copy of my book. So I'm going to give my book to the first 5 people that want a signed copy of it. And all you need to do is just follow me on socials. Someone will put the link inside of the chat here. But if you go to my social, which is Instagram, is probably the best place. Go to Andy Broadaway. So there's an extra A in there between the D and the W. It's Andy Broadaway. You go to Instagram. The first 5 people that send me a DM, and if you live in the United States, Canada, Mexico, or in the UK, I'll send you a signed copy of my book for the first 5 people. If you're outside of those countries, I'll ask you to pitch in for a little bit of shipping. Now, anyone that wants a digital copy of the book, I'm just happy to send it to you for free. Now, by the way, this book on Amazon is like $39 or something like that. So, but the digital version of it, it's not even available. The digital is not even available on Amazon, but I'm happy to send everyone a digital copy of it. So I'm here to take questions.
Wow. Well, let's give him a round of applause first. Hold on, guys. What a fantastic offer, Andy. Thank you for that. I think you're going to have a lot of DMs coming your way right now to get our hands on your book. It's a very, very informative talk. Questions from the floor?
By the way, is there something on my screen that you see?
There is. Movie recording has been stopped automatically. I think they're working on it.
Yeah.
Andy Broadaway. Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
I don't think it's on your side. I think it's our side, but.
I'm going to go away for a second here on the camera.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
All right, awesome. So any other?
You guys hear me okay now?
Hold on.
I'm here, testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
You guys got my audio still?
Yes. Yes, yes. You don't hear me though. It's working on it. All right. Hey, Don, or Laura, did you have a question? Can we take Laura first, Dante? Is that okay? If you can hear us.
Thank you so much for that.
Hold on a second, Laura, 'cause I don't think he can hear us yet. He's trying to work out his audio. I also have some questions. Still with us, Andy?
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we hear you. Do you hear us, Andy? We hear you.
Hear me now?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay. You guys have a question? Sorry about that.
All right, so we have Lauren here with a question for you.
Hi, Andy. Thank you so much for that. So the question is, if we're moving away from social media, Instagram, Facebook, etc., can you give us some examples of 3.0 way that you're using that now?
So some of the examples, I hope my audio is fine because I can barely hear you guys on my speaker here, but some of the examples that you could use using 3.0 is transitioning. So the whole thought of it is being able to have that direct relationship directly with your customers or directly with the investors that have bought your project. So that particular example would be in the space of being able to connect with them in a different way, that the data that the social media platforms are currently taking from your customers, they no longer have that. So there's all sorts of different analogies, and I cover a lot of those in my book.
Okay, thank you. Can you offer any names of platforms that are operating right now that we could be getting involved in like that?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question.
Can you tell us any names of new platforms that are available as Web3 social media style community building platforms?
There's actually a couple of them under development. I'm in the middle of doing some due diligence on that, so I don't want to mention any kind of names at this point because like I said, I'm still vetting them out, and I don't want to put my name on something that I haven't completely vetted out. But if you follow my socials, I'll be able to give you some more input. I've been on Zoom calls with a couple of the CEOs of those companies.
Great, thank you. We have another question. Go ahead.
Andy, you said that you had a busy schedule with lots of kind of futuristic use cases for NFTs. What are some of the most interesting use cases that you are seeing?
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can plug my headphones into the computer because I cannot hear. 1 second, please. All right, let me see if that's better.
Hi, any better?
No, sorry, still not.
Okay.
Sorry about the technical problems here.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Now, question again.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, you said that you had a busy schedule and many of your meetings included novel or innovative use cases of NFTs. Maybe you could share some of the emerging use cases that you see that you think are exciting or innovative.
Okay, I will tell you a couple of the projects. You're wanting to hear a couple of the projects that are on my lap currently?
It could be projects or it could just be use cases for the NFTs that you think are, development of the art or particularly useful to humans.
Okay, I think I heard you say you want me to give you a couple of use cases that that we're currently doing. Okay, so one of the projects that we're currently doing is working on, without giving a whole bunch of details, has some rare footage of a very popular music band that this rare footage has been in the garage for 45 years. It was filmed on an 8mm camera. And if I mentioned the name of the band, you would go, that's crazy, right? But this rare footage is of them doing a private concert in a home in Hollywood where they raised money for a charity. And this was before they were popular. So this is very rare footage. And how we're going to be doing that breakdown of what we're going to do with that is we're taking the footage, we're going to break it down into 10, 15-second increments, and you're going to essentially own a piece of history by owning that particular piece of it, right? There's going to be certain versions of that. The other thing we're going to do is still shots from the film itself. And again, very uniquely done, right? Because you're going to be able to own a piece of history. That's number one. The other use case is that Another band that we're talking about, another very popular lead singer of a band, he's got a bunch of a lot of guitars and music instruments that he plays. And he asked me, well, do I need to give it up? Like, do I have to give my guitar as an NFT? And I said, no, not unless you want to. We'll just do an NFT of the guitar that you've signed, and that person could use it. The other use case is taking some of his original music where he hand wrote the song. You can own that as a part of an NFT. There's another band that we're working with that the leader of the band, while they were driving around in the tour bus, and they've been doing this band has been around for 25 years. He's actually done a bunch of doodling. We're going to create NFTs of that. Now, remember, each one of these projects has a very unique audience. So that's one. So there's many, many use cases and many ways that you could develop and get it done.
Thanks for that. Just to expand on that really quickly, the first use case, can you hear me okay?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Say the question again.
The first use case that you gave an example of was this rare footage that was going to be split into 10, 15-second sections, right?
Yes.
So if I bought, let's just say, the first section, would I not have access to the other 9 bits?
Would somebody have access to the other 9 what?
Yeah, if you bought one section of the footage, would you be able to watch the entire clip, or would you only be able to view that clip?
Well, in the sense that we're building it out is that you're going to own that one segment, but that one segment is going to be available to be viewed, but you're not going to own the whole thing. You're going to own that one piece of history.
So you'll own a piece of it, but you'll be able to watch all of it?
Yes, correct.
And will everyone else be able to watch all of it?
Would everyone else be able to watch all of it? We may not make plans for that. We may only make plans for the NFT holders to do it.
Right. Okay,
Yeah, we haven't decided on that yet.
Okay, just curious. Thanks.
Yes. Okay.
Actually, I have one more question about this, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
I was at a dinner party last night, and we were talking about NFTs and the metaverse, and someone was saying that they thought that they would be coded such that only the NFT owner would be able to display the image or the video or whatever of, that piece of media in metaverse. What are your feelings on that? And do you think that the NFT would serve more as bragging rights, or there would be some kind of coding that would actually prevent other people from displaying these pieces of media in the metaverse?
Yeah, so that's a beautiful thing about the smart contract with any NFT. Inside of the NFT, you can actually specify how the IP is delivered, how the person can use it, and what they cannot use it for. So in this case, we're still building out what that's going to look like. So the NFT holder, if they were to sell it, they would no longer have access to it, no longer be able to use it. That's number one, because that's the whole thing about the ownership of it, right? The next thing is how that person could utilize and use it. So I'll give you another example. So if somebody bought a piece of art, right, and let's say that it was a nice piece of brilliant art, inside of that NFT, you could say that all they have the right to is the art, but they do not the digital art, but they do not own the physical art, because right now we're working with an artist that does brilliant stuff with spray paint, right? And we started talking about copyright laws and laws in general on when he sells a painting. By the way, when he sells a painting now, that person that buys the painting only owns the painting. They don't own the copyright to the image. So that person would not be able to go out and print t-shirts of it or create lithographs of it, additional copies, right? You can layer that right into the smart contract, which would not allow them to do certain things, but would allow them to do others. So that's the thing you want to think about strategically. What rights do you want to give away?
Sure, and if there was a photo of the art that was unlicensed, but somebody was to nonetheless just kind of put up in a metaverse, space, is there any protection against something like that or not really?
I'm sorry, if there was what? The audio was kind of muffled.
I'm sorry. Say we're talking about a piece of art, right?
Yes.
As an NFT, and somebody took a photo of that piece of art and then placed that photo in the metaverse. Is there any protection around that, or currently not?
Well, yeah. Well, currently the metaverse is kind of a wild, wild west currently, but there are now attorneys that are getting involved with certain projects, as you can imagine, that is in there being able to track things down and secure the copyright and secure that. Like, for example, a lot of the big brands like McDonald's, Nike, all the other ones have went in and applied for new trademarks and registration for the metaverse directly so that their IP is protected inside of that space across the board, no matter what. So now you have attorneys that are involved with putting those things together. So no, in that case, if somebody took a picture of the art and they put it in the metaverse, if they didn't own that picture legitimately through the blockchain, through through the blockchain itself, then they wouldn't be allowed to use it. And you're starting to see some of this application of being done, but you're also starting to see some of the social media platforms adopting this verifiable stuff. So if you have a if you own an NFT of a Bored Ape and you wanted to put it as your profile picture on Twitter, you would have to prove that you actually own that. Twitter's just not going to let you throw something up there, right? A lot of social platforms are that way. I see that same technology moving over into the metaverse also, because everything's on the blockchain.
So I just want to quickly just ask a quick question.
Okay, hold on, Duncan.
Okay, try the.
So basically you're saying that if like in the future, if someone
Well, hold 1 second. Is it possible that somebody could turn the volume down a little bit on that mic because it's muffly? I can't quite hear the very clear. Okay, let's try it again if you could, please.
test.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Give me your question again.
So you're basically saying that in the near future, someone couldn't just take a screenshot of like a Bored Ape NFT and then just post it onto like their account, like their account, unless they own it legitimately.
Right. So yeah. So in the future, the way that it goes now, even if somebody screenshotted and said that they owned the Bored Ape, the example that you're using here, they wouldn't be able to prove that they owned it. So as you move into the blockchain, and let's just say that move into the blockchain, move into the metaverse, and you have a metaverse and you want to display that NFT on the wall or in a museum, the way that all the metaverses are being structured is that they're all connected to the blockchain. So somebody couldn't just do a screenshot and throw it up on the wall if it wasn't a verifiable item that they had actually purchased. That's the way that things are going to begin to run.
This is probably just this very small concern, but that might be a little bit. People might catch, like for example, people are doing this like now, right? In the future, or like if for some reason, and since they technically got it before, so their profile picture is not forcibly taken down. So basically, that means they could easily just decide to just get away. Okay, I'm changing. Is this better?
Yeah, I have to apologize. The microphone is just up and down. You're talking about in the future of the NFTs improving the ownership of it. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, and I'm
Okay,
talking
well,
specifically about the like someone can't just put a profile picture like, oh, I have a monkey NFT, but unless they actually have it, they can't put it as a profile picture, for example. Is that correct?
Yeah, yep, correct. Because again, a lot of the social media platforms are starting to adopt the blockchain in it. Twitter was one of the first ones to adopt it. That if you threw up an NFT and that you said that you owned the Bored Ape, they would confirm it using the what information was on the blockchain, whether you owned it or not. So yeah, right now, ideally, if I wanted to throw up a picture of the Bored Ape, but don't put it on my profile, I could. But guess what? When it comes down to the actual ownership of that, I can't prove that I owned it if I did a cut and paste. That's the beauty of the blockchain.
Okay, that, so you're
Yeah.
saying that one could throw it up, but they can't, but Twitter will easily just show that, easily just put a dump on you and say that you don't actually own it and you just took a screenshot.
And because it all comes down to, can you prove that you owned it? Just like if I owned the original Mona Lisa, and I said that I owned it, I'd have to prove it with some sort of verification that I owned it. If I didn't own it and all it was a lithograph of it, it would be pretty clear because of records that are involved that all I owned was a lithograph of it. So it's the same thing that is occurring now. It's just now it's all digital.
Okay.
Okay.
Good, thank you. We have a question online. Rakhi Singh, who was one of our speakers earlier today, are we going to try to bring him on? Wirma, do you want to bring on Rakhi so that he can ask? Great, go ahead, Rakhi.
Hello. Yeah, Andy, my question is, any views on, you're able to hear me?
Yes, 100%. Your audio is really great.
Yeah. Any views on spatial web, that SPATIAL web, and spatial computing with respect to Web 3.0?
Any what now?
That spatial web, spatial computing, what we talk of. I'll just spell it SPATIAL, where we have talked with the machine and human interface, and we get all the data and images from the machines and the Internet of the Things, and getting the ownership of those digital assets.
I have not specifically heard about what you're talking about in directly, so I can't answer that question.
Okay, so because where I was confused, at least what my understanding was, that Web 3.0, there are three views I'm getting, three facets I will say I'm getting. One is, of course, with respect to the semantic web. Second, of course, with the decentralization of data and what you talked about. Third was this spatial web. I'll just spell it out. I said SPATIAL web, which is more of the human and machine interfaces, and sort of the current web is like a static. So if you spatial browser, and by which you can browse, let's say, Eiffel Tower also on your browser, which is not the Eiffel Tower website, but really Eiffel Tower, and that itself become a URL. So I was just wondering anything on that.
Yeah, so there's lots of technologies being built right now. And in my opinion, the way that we see the internet currently is going to evolve into something else. People are really tired of their data being taken and the ads following us around, right? People are tired of that. And so the evolution of these new platforms, there's going to be a new, what I call internet, but it's going to be developed out differently inside of being decentralized. It's all new technology. So I think what you're referring to is some of the underlying technology with AI and all the other stuff. Those are going to come across for sure. I don't know specifically about what you're talking about, but there is going to be some big changes.
Thanks. So I'll just add one more thing, maybe now the democratization of the data, and where we say the creator and consumer will be together. Do you believe there should be some sort of governance also come into picture? Because assuming I have already paid, and that too, when I'm paying on the blockchain, it's like immutable. It's like gone. I paid the money, but the guy has not delivered it. I understand that smart contract hopefully will come into picture, but do you see it should be evolved more? Let me put, if I rephrase, in the central authority, there is a plus minus of that. There is a, you can always go back to that central authority and maybe complain and hopefully get a refund back. But in the decentralization, now you are in the whims and fancies of people who are there and try to sell you. Uh, do you feel that that portion is still not developed the way it should have been developed, and that can create a problem?
Well, I think what you have is that you definitely have a lot of what they call rug pulls happening where people develop out a project, they collect on the project and not deliver on the project.
Yes.
So with some indicators to look at to make sure that you're protected from those is to make sure that when you're looking at a project, that the people that are participating in the project are fully doxed out. And all that term means is that you've got a first name, a last name, and you could go to the internet and find out about this person. You could go check it. If you were to go do a Google search on me, you would see articles and books. I've written 12 or 13 books. There's a lot of people that I've worked with. A lot of there's a lot here. So when I get involved with a project, I'm fully doxed. I'm proud to put my first name and last name on it. So what I'm saying is, if you're getting involved with a project, spend some time researching that, and just don't believe all the hype that's out there, but follow the people that are on the project, because those people will have a credibility. So the other thing that you're talking about is there going to be essentially someone that could watch it all, and for us to complain or us to have different opinions or try to collect back on our money that we may have lost. I think that's going to be a little bit difficult, because the amount of different payment systems and cryptocurrencies that are being done out there that are already created, it's hard to get that. There has been some cases where people have got money back because there's the communities involved and essentially go do something. But the nature of the cryptocurrency is that it's an immediate transaction. The banking system isn't involved. So there needs to be something set in place. But how do you put that in place where both parties would agree to something like that? That's a difficult thing.
Yeah, and sorry, can I go ahead a little bit more on that? So at this point, understood. You're saying do your research, and but see, in the blockchain also, like if we go on the proof of stake validation, and if like there is a proof of work and then proof of stake. Now, in the proof of stake, what I understand, if somebody has more than 50% thing, he will override what else the other people are talking, or maybe the other nodes are talking. Again, do you see this is a problem area? Because if somebody is having more than 51%, and if the proof of stake was the underlying thing to validate, this also can create a problem.
Yeah, I'm not going to give my opinion on that, because I really my expertise is not inside of the cryptocurrencies and all that. My expertise is actually creating an NFT, marketing in such a way, putting the strategy behind it. I've got other members of my team that could probably answer that question a little bit better than I could about the staking and the what we call the tokenomics of the project itself. I think that if you get involved with any kind of token or cryptocurrency, you definitely want to look at the tokenomics on it and make sure that the spread on the pie chart is done correctly.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, okay.
Andy.
Yes.
One thing that when you're doing NFT strategies that is required in, especially when you're having real world offerings, such as, for example, dinner with Gary Vee, how do you, what current system do you use for redeeming NFTs, or for the ability for you to have, to get that real world experience?
The first part of it is you were saying that if there was an experience that somebody bought, you're saying that there's a prevention. I'm sorry.
How do you redeem it? What process do you use for redeeming the NFT?
Oh, inside of the smart contract or inside of the purchasing element, we go back to the email, right? Unfortunately, we're going to go back to the email situation where the owner of the blockchain or the owner of the NFT can send a message through there. There's many ways of addressing that, but currently email is the backup plan, verifiable. You can send a message through, through the person's wallet. That's another way of communicating that you own it and that you want to redeem it. So there's different ways of doing it that way.
But doesn't that bring you to the element of, once I redeem it, does that mean that I have to send it back to the wallet, I no longer own it? Or do I keep it, but then what would be preventing me from selling it to somebody else and telling them that it hasn't been redeemed?
Well, okay, so in the case of Gary Vee, if Gary Vee, let's just say the example, he had 4 of these experiences that were available, and you could have dinner with him twice a year for 3 years, there's essentially 6 slots that are available. So in the cases of that one, if somebody used one of them, it would be clear that one of them was already used, and that the person, if they wanted to sell it again inside of that smart contract, inside of the trail of it, of the transaction, they would know that that particular item was already partially used already, and it would still have some value.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking, I'm actually the owner of the Galileo Experience NFT platform, and we've created a stamping mechanism so that people can still keep the NFT but not use it again for that thing. So once it's stamped, it's just redeemed. So
yeah. So stamping, I think you're referring to burning it, or
they just have, it actually has like a little stamp.
Oh, okay.
Stamp
over the top of it that it's already been redeemed or used.
Right.
Correct. That's a way to do that too. Absolutely. And we're going to have multiple ways of people doing that. That's a real creative way of doing it.
All right. Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Excellent.
You're welcome.
Andy, I have a last question for you as well. We have a lot of content creators here, authors here with us. A lot of our speakers are authors. I understand this whole content creator strategy that's been done with, Gary Vee, Grant Cardone. What I am not understanding in my own strategy is why an NFT? Why don't I just have them buy 5 books, send me the receipt, and then I give them access to my event? Why should I do this as an NFT? What is the advantage for me or my community in making this an NFT project?
So one of the advantages is that we go back to the verifying the ownership of it. It's much easier to verify. If you're doing a live event, it's much easier to for the person to check in using that NFT, because there's lots of great technologies that are being developed with that. The other thing is that you also can create limited versions of it. So in the past 20 years, I've been working with clients to create a lot of information products, right? And information products like online training, membership portals, and things like that, right? And they've been in the space of just selling, and there's no amount that's being sold, there's no integrity around it. Like if they said, hey, we're only going to sell 1,000 copies of this, nobody would know that they sold 1,500 copies or whether they sold 3,000 copies. But if you put that particular learning experience inside of an NFT, you could say, hey, I'm only going to sell 1,000 copies of this book. Like if I wanted to create an NFT out of my book, I would say, hey, I'm not going to put it on Amazon. I'm only going to sell it directly as an NFT if I did that. And there's only going to be a certain amount of them available, right? So, in fact, we're doing that currently with a client, that there's only going to be 18 copies of his book available as an NFT. And he's selling the book itself for $50,000. Now, there's a lot of great information in there wrapped around the NFL, right? So inside, there's a lot of trade secrets that's in there. And he's only making 18 of them available, period. There isn't any more. Yes, there's going to be a physical version of it, but there's also going to be an NFT-driven part of it too. Now, the advantage is that you now have a way to only sell a certain amount of copies, and you create an urgency of the customers buying it, and now they can turn around and say, I got one of the 18 copies of it. And so it creates that scarcity play, but it also adds a uniqueness to whatever you're selling, that person knows that there's only a certain amount being available.
Okay, that's interesting. My first reaction is, why would I spend a year writing a book for 18 people? I mean, if I'm a thought leader and I want to get my ideas into the world and change lives, why would I limit my knowledge in that way? Is this purely financially driven, or is there a larger strategy I'm not seeing?
Well, on this particular project, because of the information that's in there, there's a lot of trade secrets. He's not building that book for the masses. So his customer or the person that's buying that are the owners of NFL teams, right? It isn't us. We're not buying it. So, but he can do a certain amount of information that's in there, and it's trade secrets, his own trade secrets that he has never revealed over the years, right? So it's a little different in the space that you are, because you really want your message to be delivered to more people. Now, if you created a book out of your NFT, or an NFT out of your book, for example, you could add additional value inside of your own community, because again, you want to build a community. The thought is different than having a Facebook group out there, because Facebook owns that relationship and it limits what you could say in there. So if you created an NFT out of your book, you could create a different experience, creating your own community, and the people that only bought the book are inside of the community.
Cool. Okay, thank you, Andy.
Okay,
Any last questions? Sorry, Andy. Last questions here before we move on? I think the next speaker is right. One more. All right. I think this will have to be the last one. I'm sorry I took up some of the time.
Hi, my name is Emilio, and I attend a lot of meetings about NFT, and I think what you just asked before is the most asked question ever. Why should I use that? Now, there are technological reasons, strategic reasons, but there is something just natural in all this. Like when the email popped up, people just stopped using the fax machine, which was working perfectly for that person. You know that?
Right.
So it's kind of, I know it sounds weird now, but it's kind of evolutionary as well, beside the reason mentioned before. And this is something Arthur said at a meeting where he was a speaker last week as well. So yeah, this is not really a question, just a little bit of an add-on. It's just coming as a sort of new system, which will retire the coupons and whatever else we're using. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Yeah. So the best, So the best thing that I can say about all of this technology and the way that we're using it with NFTs, I want you to think about, how did we connect with our ideal customers and our clients? And I know this is going to be weird, before the internet, right? So when the internet came along, there was a lot of uncomfortable feeling about, oh, can I take my credit card out and purchase something, right? And will somebody take my data, right? But now we've all been comfortable that now we can give our credit card to like an Amazon, and we just buy stuff with a click and don't even pay attention anymore because of that comfort and trust. But just imagine of us, you brought up about the fax machine. We go from fax machine to internet. Now we're going from internet 2.0 quickly into web 3.0, and just a whole mind shift around everything regarding NFT, metaverse 3.0. Do your research and start spending some time doing that, because the way that we are beginning to experience things and the way that evolution has changed, you do not want to miss the boat.
Awesome. That sounds like a perfect way to end, Andy. Thank you for your generous sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lots of learning in that session. Great to get those questions answered. Thanks so much.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is also online. He's waiting in the wings. I think Miriam's going to bring him up right now. It is Alan Yee, CEO of Pfp and Nft, who's going to be speaking to us about Pfp and Nft Metaverse to attract 1.4 billion female gamers So how are we going to bring the women into this space, or the ones who are already in it, into a new platform? So a bit more about Alan. He's been in the gaming field for over 10 years on Android and iOS games apps, blockchain, and NFTs. His extensive knowledge in the mobile app gaming world from 12 to 17 was featured in Yahoo Finance. So the Shiba Friend NFT Metaverse game will bridge the mobile game world with NFTs. So I'm very excited to hear about how this is going to work. Welcome, Alan, and go ahead and take it away. We see you, and hopefully we will hear you as well. Do you have any screen share that you need to turn on as well?
Yes, I have.
Yes,
Can you hear
we
me?
hear you perfectly. That's great.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for inviting me. Yeah, let me share a screen share now. Is it on? Okay, let me try the screen share now. Okay, are you able to see the screen share?
Yes. Are you able to put it into slideshow mode?
Wait, let me off my video a bit, and let me put into a. Can you see full screen?
There we go. Perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So thanks for the intro, Rima. So yeah, this is our Shiba NFT metaverse. It's actually designed for women audience. So far, let me update a bit of our social first. We are actually in CoinMarketCap with a 7.4 billion watch list. Only few projects actually gets more than 2 millions. So we are one of the few tops projects in the CoinMarketCap now. We were featured in Binance Live in January through one of our partners, Gems, that organized the GameFi events, and we managed to introduce it to crypto investor, crypto launchpad, to crypto enthusiasts that actually follow in the Binance Live. Okay, yeah. So the reason for us doing this is that we are actually advocates for empowering women into crypto and metaverse. As you all know, in crypto space, right, only a small portion of women actually into the crypto space. But if you look at in the gaming space, in the esports, in almost everywhere, it's actually gender balance. Okay, so one of the criteria problem is that currently in Game 5 and Metaverse, right, most of the games are fighting games, violence game, player versus player, especially when you look at SC Infinity. All these actually cater for one group of audience. And when the crypto space does not have anything that offers, that attracts the women's communities, the people don't come in. So we actually design this in a way that the play games, the whole situations, the whole scenario is actually designed for lovable by female markets. Our CEO, Apple, okay, she's a Vietnamese, and of course her English is not good. That's why I actually represent her to speak. And also our designer, our lead designer, also a female designer. So the Shiba actually design come up from designed by female designers and actually for the women market. Okay, yeah. Okay, so in terms of let's talk about statistics of the mobile gamers. In Google Play, right, there are 3 billion players globally, and 1.4 billion gamers are actually women gamers. Okay, a lot of people still think that this is a male dominant playing game, but it's not. It's actually already neutral. Okay, it's already balanced. So our target market is the gamers, streamers, Bigo, TikTokers, and non-gamers to join into the metaverse. And beside that, why do we choose a Shiba? Because in crypto world, there are 4.8 million Doge holders and 1.16 billion Shiba holders, right? They actually are ready to, actually they are pet lovers lah. They're just ready for the Shiba to kickstart everything. Okay, so our metaverse, right? We actually use a metaverse, right, to actually bring in this. And we have a Shiba DAOs. Later, I'll share with you what actually is a Shiba DAOs. Okay, we have a Shiba NFT, which is our pets and our land, our building, and also we have a DeFi site, which is a loan for the NFT real estate. Okay, I'm not going to talk about Shiba DeFi. I'm going to talk about Shiba DAOs and Shiba NFT. Because today everyone talk about technical and it's all technical. My way of speaking is that I speak in plain language that normal people on the street can understand. Okay. So how do we empower women in the crypto space? Is that right? We have a Shiba DAOs programs. Okay, and I think I'll skip this page. I'll go to the what we actually have now. Now, we are not a white paper and website projects. We are actually having our gameplays and players playing already. We actually started in November 8 last year, and this is our 4th month. We already have our Shiba Music Games, which is a platform gaming music play. And also we have a NFT viewer. So today, imagine you buy your NFT already. You can only see in the website. Let's say go OpenSea, you buy NFT already. So you can only go to a website and see. But today, right, when you buy a Shiba Pet NFT, right, you can open the app. You don't want to play games. You don't want to play anything. You just want to enjoy it. You can actually screen roll away. So later I'll share with you the videos and how it looks like. And our metaverse, right, this month we are going to release it into our mainnet, and we're going to start our metaverse processes. Okay. Now let's look at the statistic numbers, okay, of male preference and female preference. Okay. So I'm going to talk about preference of the male and female first. Today, right, in the GameFi and metaverse, right, a lot of games actually are shooting turn-based like XC. Okay, these are, you can look from here the numbers, right? This is actually statistics done by third parties that gather for male and female globally. Okay, so in terms of the gameplay, right, a lot of gameplay around 30% right actually loved by male players. And you can look at the RPG, right? RPG is actually role-playing games, meaning I can play a character, for example, my Shiba-ness, that's a role-playing. Okay, even if you play Grand Theft Auto, right, that's also role-playing. So 50% of the male gamers actually love RPG games. Okay, and female players also 53% actually love role-playing games. Okay, yeah. So you look at the industry forward now in the metaverse. None of them actually doing for that. Okay, and if you drip down into the female players, right, they love RPG, adventure, logic, which is like Candy Crush, and platform games that are Temple Run, Subway Surfer. So these are actually preferenced by the female gamers that are not available in our metaverse and GameFi now. Okay, so we're actually changing that. Later, I'm going to show you our Shiba Music games, which is platform games and our metaverse, and this is to actually cater for that. Okay, so the way it works is that, right, is that now a lot of people talk about play to earn. We actually focusing, because if you talk about play to earn, right, you look at today, right, a lot of people actually goes in and play games, and they are becoming a full-time jobs that today I must hit a certain quota to actually earn the rewards from the games. And there's also a lot of the so-called scholarship programs where investors they do it become a full-time jobs. So we are now actually focused on play and earn, meaning, right, you go inside play and then at the same time you earn. So the focus of the human factor is Shiba DAO, which is the player. Our business model is actually Bigo Life, and our vehicle is our metaverse. Now, Bigo Life people, right, today, right, Bigo Life is that the fans actually buy a gift to give to the live streamers. Our business model is that in our metaverse, the fans, right, will actually give you the tokens to you. Okay, so it's shifting from Web 2.0 to 3.0 using this one in our metaverse over here. Okay, and we also have the Shiba DAO programs. Okay, how it goes is that we're recruiting people comes in. Now, when we talk to many girls, right, that asking them to become a NFT DAOs. Now, NFT DAOs is actually an in trend now. A lot of people, for example, like Irene DAOs in Singapore, she sells 7.8 million of NFT of herself, of her pictures, to join her groups, all those, okay? And a lot of people are actually trying to go into this. But when we talk to normal people on the street, right, they ask us, like, what is NFT, what is DOLs, what is all blockchain, all those things, okay? They are like blur. If we talk about play to earn also, they're like, what is that? So the way we speak is that, we speak to people is that, your Facebook pictures and your Instagram pictures and video, you can turn into an NFT blockchain and you can sell. People can buy. A simple, straightforward over here. Okay, and yeah, and let me show you the videos over here of what we actually did. Okay, let me go to the presentation here. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to show you our metaverse. Okay, this is the first video. The Shiba running the cities. This is actually our maps is following a real city 3D models. We start with Singapore and we have 100 cities that we're going to implement for the next 5 years. You can voice chat with other people. You can buy the NFT buildings. You can buy different lands. Yeah, and you can play and earn inside here. We actually will have the we have an NFT gallery, NFT mall. Okay, we have the karaoke. We have the so-called cinema inside that we actually implement inside here. And our second video, more about the gameplay. So you can like play funds. You can 2 player, 3 player can dance together. Okay, you can actually, yeah, jump, play around, fly around in the city. You can run around together. You can do a lot of activities. Okay. So this is our metaverse. This is our metaverse designed in a way that it's not fighting. Okay. And then our Shiba app viewer. So today you buy already, you want to play games. Okay, you can enjoy your NFT in the app. You can see they turn around, runs, sit, jump. So we have designed 23 different types of Shibas, 3D. And today, right, I believe that we are the first one that actually did it to show to the public that we have Shiba Inus in the 3D that playable in games. So we have a Shiba Police, we have a Shiba Queen, we have Shiba Pirates, role playings. We have the Shiba Pilots, flight attendants. Yeah, Shiba Nurse, Shiba Magicians, Shiba King, okay, hip hop, so footballers, and also yeah, many different Shibas actually in our NFT, okay. And then our live game now is a platformer. Now it's designed in a way that it's just a music left and right. Okay, youngster and grandparents also can play. This is to draw a lot of people that don't play games, don't understand games, to come in, and then they can start away straight away, start play to earn, play and earn. So yeah, so basically this is what we do. This is what they're delivering, and yeah, and we are on the 4th month in the projects, and we already delivered a lot of technologies up there. Okay. And yeah, so I mean, because the time frame is very short, that's why I give a very short presentations. Okay, and how do we go to market with to attract the gamers, female gamers coming into here is that our Shiba DAO program is actually attracting the normal people. We're actually working with a lot of gaming guilds, and also the traditional esports guilds that actually consumers to join to us. And then in terms of the NFT, right? Okay, this is our marketplace. Okay, you can see our marketplace, right? The Shiba is inside. In fact, we actually added the Shiba commandos and soldier in support for Ukraine. So you can see here, it's turned around. You can see 360. It's not for sale now yet. This month we're going to start at INO, but that's why you cannot buy now. Okay, but it's there already. And then our Shiba DAOs program, right? In our social file, shibafriend.com, right? We just started this, so we will be featuring more and more Shiba DAOs inside here, and they can open up open these collections of their pictures and videos NFT by register OpenSea. Don't know how to upload, don't know how to do this. Okay, so we actually opening up this right in a way that the people can go to the OpenSea and buy also. Besides being our Shiba DAOs to play the game in the metaverse. Okay, so this is also we do it for people to come in to be able to buy the NFT. Okay, so basically, this is I think this is what I can share about what we're doing. Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can ask me, and yeah, that's all. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Questions from the floor? Very interesting. I found this very interesting because I'm female and I'm not at all involved in the gaming community, so this has given me some interesting curiosity around if I want to join. Anybody have questions? We've lost connection to Alan. Rima, can you see if we can get Alan back on? Do we have any questions coming up from anyone for Alan?
Oh,
There he is. He's back. Is Alan back?
Yeah, I'm back. Just now my internet was disconnected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. We were just saying thank you, and I was saying that I found it very interesting because I'm not involved in gaming at all. So this is one area of metaverse that I haven't gotten involved in. So I found it really interesting to see how widespread it is out here in this part of the world. Questions from the audience?
Yeah.
No questions? No? No? Do you have a lot of gamers here? Anyone? No? Is that why we don't have questions? Because there aren't any gamers? We're going to have to all get involved with Shiva now. Okay. Well, then let's give Alan a really big round of applause.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Why don't I invite the man of the hour, the one who has made all of this possible, Arthur Kamazi.
Dun, dun, dun!
King of the castle.
All right, so, it's coming to an end. No, you're still,
Okay, now my microphone's on. So we're coming to an end right now. But, what I'd like to do, even though there are, not that many of you left, we want to find out what are some of the key learnings you've had over the past 3 days. Starting with Emilio. Well, you looked up at me. I mean, it was just a kind of a thing, right?
Okay, I had been attending only the afternoon, right?
All right, I have been attending only the afternoon. So maybe somebody was here in the morning.
What's your number one thing you go, oh my gosh, my brain is melting because this is so awesome.
Never come to our room again. No, besides this, we have learned a lot of amazing NFT cases. I think my number one take was the little focus group we had here on the strategies, what to do, what not to do, building a metaverse and everything else. The blockchain more than NFT speech by Bradley was quite illuminating about privacy, decentralization. It's always good to know your ways around the blocks, right? What does it mean? Security layer, interoperability, this and that. I work for a blockchain myself, so I really enjoyed that. That perspective was very interesting about a word which is always used, which is decentralization. Yesterday, definitely, we had a good example. Third thing, use cases. For example, right now, right before, something that we have discussed last week as well. So what do we do and why with these NFTs? I heard about music, I heard about books, I heard about how to redeem a ticket. So this kind of, we might call it operational about NFT, something that Arthur is extremely knowledgeable about. These are probably my best takes, but I've only been here in the afternoon, so somebody else might want to step in for the morning. Well, here, how about somebody that is new to NFTs? You guys new to NFTs. Okay, what did you learn? Come here. Come on down.
Before coming here, I think that my knowledge of NFT was very basic. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who can say that, but I really thought that it was just digital pictures. Really a way to just make a lot of money. That was my basic understanding of it. But since the workshop, the conference that we've had, I've learned so much how to apply it in so many ways. I can piggyback off of him, how you can use it to build a community, how you can also use it in books and so many other ways. So I think that overall my knowledge is really expanded on the possibilities of NFT and what it is as a whole.
I just learned a lot about copywriting and being the different variations that you could use with NFTs to put into your business. Learning about AI, just seeing how many different people are starting businesses doing NFTs that I didn't even know you could do, like as far as like selling books and just using the metaverse to expand your business.
All right, fantastic.
Even the shortcomings, I enjoy learning like the shortcomings of the blockchain NFT, so that for somebody who's new, we can kind of look out and educate ourselves more on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Okay, and how about anybody else? Anybody else? Come on. Oh, Sandra, you've been kind of like, wow, this is so amazing. My mind's blowing. So give me one thing that blew your mind.
I think for me, the same thing with what she said is I initially thought it was mainly just digital images, and just learning that you can make an NFT from, almost anything, like an NFT experience. And, I love travel, so I'm already thinking about what I can do with, travel to bring people together. So I think that's pretty cool, and I think it's really exciting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heather, what was your, Heather is using the Galileo platform and also is a founding member of Galileo for launching her book. So right now the community is helping Heather to launch her book. Okay, so Heather, by the way, Unmuted is the name of her book, okay, just in case you don't know and you want to rush off to buy it like right now.
75 times.
But Heather, what was one of the things that you have gained, from our own masterminds within the Galileo community? But what was some new things that you got from this conference?
Yeah, I really came into it with the purpose of trying to figure out my own strategy of how I might apply this with my book, with my other products, with my coaching, with my training programs, workshops, so on and so on. And I've just been blown away by the creativity of this group. The ideas that everyone here has and the way that they're implementing the technology and the different projects that we've heard about has really been mind-blowing. And I think I have landed on exactly what kind of utility I could offer with a book launch style NFT. And that was really my main reason for being here, and I figured that out, so that's really cool. And now it'll be about implementation and how we move that forward. But truly, I'm so excited by this space, and especially the people we brought together here, because you can really see and feel the energy and the passion about building, creating something that's better than what we have now in this new world. And I think that's something that's so unique. We're living in an amazing time where we have the power to create a new world and make it more equitable and fair, and all of the things we are upset about in our current world, we can change that. We can make it better through our creativity and innovation, and that's just mind-blowing to me.
Absolutely. And Lawrence has got some things to say.
So I think in years to come, people will talk about the first NFT Bali summit, like the Silicon Valley Homebrew Club that invented the first PC, or the hackathon in Boston that invented Facebook. Because joking apart, we're all pioneers here. We're all learning, we're all curious. And what's been beautiful to me over the last 3 days, and I honestly didn't intend to stay for 2 days, but I'm still here at the end, is the amount of openness, of sharing, of innovation, of creativity, of connecting, of networking, of just other souls on a similar journey. And none of us know what the hell we're doing. We pretend we do. We're all really good at faking till we make it. We're all really good at standing up and talking and pitching and presenting. But honestly, we're all inventing this as we go along. We're all learning as we go. But what's been beautiful, actually, and Arthur, well done. 6 months ago when you told me you're doing this, I'm like, really? And you've done it. So kudos to you. And the most beautiful thing, I think, of the last 2 days is the openness that people share. Sarah, I can't tell you about that because that's my secret. Everybody's been very genuine and very open. So I think the big takeaway for me is let's continue learning and sharing this journey together. I do think that we should work on some sort of and you've mentioned how we do this. You know, we are not Gary Vaynerchuk. I don't think between us we have as many fans, followers, influencers as he does.
Well, not yet.
Not yet, exactly. But how do we make NFT Bali Summit next year twice as big, and the one next year fourth? And what's the exponential growth curve? How do we do this?
Well, you know, let's talk about that, because one of the things that we're talking about is because everybody here, you got your NFT tickets, right? Okay, so we're going to figure out some way. We haven't quite figured this out yet because we're just making it up as we go along, okay? But your NFT ticket is going to have some benefit. It might actually be profit sharing in the NFT Bali brand, which means, see, one of the things, rather than just doing this like every year, what we want to do is, again, collaboration and partnership, because that's what we think is the thing, right? That means that somebody else is doing an NFT conference. Hey, no sweat, let's do it together. You keep most of the money because, you know, half the time that's why they're doing it anyway. But we basically let them use the NFT brand, the NFT Bali brand, the NFT Bali experience, the resources and everything else in order to help their event be more successful, and at the same time building the NFT Bali brand. And by getting everybody that's involved in all of the ones here, the ones that other people do and everything else, we create a collaborative effort where basically everybody gets to benefit somehow. So we haven't figured out the mechanics yet, but we will, and you will all be notified. Any ideas? That was a question.
Thanks. Yeah, I vote for you to vote for him.
Well, no. The question is, do you have any ideas? Do you have any ideas on how we can expand on that, or what we can create, okay, in order to have events that are community supported and run related to NFTs? Go ahead.
It's an idea that support me at the same time. I think because we talk about art when we talk about NFT often, I think to use like exhibition of real art, physical art, can be a great way to attract people and to create networking events and to introduce a new presentation, like the next level of art. It's like, because in the world of art, we don't separate so much like paint or sculpture, or we do it, but sometimes there is an exhibition of art that there is a installation, performance, and paint. And now I think we can create exhibition of art with one more medium, is NFT.
Absolutely. Okay, great. Thank you. You had a question or an idea?
Yeah. So my name is Evelyn. For those who don't remember,
Hi, Evelyn.
I think only you don't remember my name. Anyway, on June 18th, because I am actually bringing a band from Singapore called Mantra Vine, and they're launching an album called Amata, and we are looking to launch an NFT.
Nice. Yeah. So we can do that. We can do it on the Galileo platform.
It's already set up. Okay, this is like staring in my face, literally, for the band to be here.
Okay.
And everything else.
You know, and speaking of which, I think that's a brilliant idea. We could also, you know, we could set that up. We could go ahead and do the minting. We can create a strategy for you to get more people here by, you know, by providing some kind of an NFT collection.
So I was just starting a conversation last night with Kevin Reddy. Yeah, so.
Okay, all right. So you know where we are. You can communicate with Wilma so that she is aware, and definitely, because tomorrow we're not going to do anything. We're just going to veg out and answer the 4,000 emails that have come through over the last 3 days. So we set it up with Wilma, and we can actually come and talk. Okay, any other ideas? Yes.
I assume you're already going to do this, but I'll just express it anyway. So there were, I don't know, maybe 100 people here, people exchanging contact and so forth. I'm assuming you'll probably make a mastermind group or something, either WhatsApp, Telegram, whatever.
Telegram.
And then there can be hackathons, monthly or whatever, so that we can expand on what we learned here. And then people can build partnerships and so forth. And then we can also use your platform to admit.
All right, fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an excellent idea. But yes, okay, that's another thing. We are going to do a Telegram group. So when you will be getting an email from us, make sure that you actually open the email so that you can get the Telegram link. Okay, so anything from NFT Bali or from support@GalileoNFT.com or from even Arthur@GalileoNFT.com, please make sure that you open it, because we're going to be sending you a whole bunch of good stuff that is going to, well, basically connect the community and help the ongoing learning. Okay, any other ideas? Okay, you know, earlier today, you guys saw Dante's NFTs. Oh, you have an idea? Yes.
Actually, just building on that, and I love your comments. Completely agree. Thank you for doing the Telegram group. And there are already some NFT meetups in Bali, and I don't want to duplicate that. But is 12 months too long to wait for us to physically get together again? Might it be interesting if perhaps those of us who want to do the Telegram group, perhaps quarterly, could meet, sometimes in Bird, sometimes in Canggu, sometimes in whatever, just casually, doesn't have to be agenda, please no PowerPoint, but just catch up, just a thought, because I turn up. If any of you guys are going to be there, guys and girls, I would actually turn up, not just because of the drinks, but because of the conversation, the interaction, the support, the sharing. Maybe quarterly could be interesting. Just saying, Arthur.
All right. Yeah. I mean, see, the thing is, the good thing about the, putting everybody into a group is that we can actually have the group decide. And like you said, we've got all kinds of other NFT meetups that could also, like Emilio's got his own NFT meetup. Okay, maybe there's some synergy that we can do with pretty much everybody to create at least a global Bali-based community. Okay, and I wanted to introduce Alessandro. Okay, so Alessandro is going to come over here, and we're going to record Alessandro with playing the guitar, and make his first NFT also. So Alessandro is 11. He's also an author, and he is the co-author of the online learning program on how kids can teach each other to make books. You need a guitar.
Okay.
Okay, so Alessandro, Dante has overcome any stage fright whatsoever. So, he's pretty cool. Alessandro is still kind of trying to overcome it. What do you think about that? But Alessandro does want to be on, he does want to be on America's Got Talent, okay? And so he's been practicing. And so actually, I need my phone. We can do a quick recording with the phone over here. And you got to come over here in the middle, okay? And you can sit down like you do, like a normal, like you do at school and stuff. And we're going to record this. And we're going to make an NFT. Now remember, if he suddenly, wait, okay. Yes, if he suddenly does become like a actually use mommy's phone. That one's better. If he does come up with and becomes a super famous singer, then what's going to happen is that your NFT is going to be very, very valuable. So, okay, hang on. We're going to make it right now as we speak. Okay. Oh, we're going to bring a chair for him to make it a little more professional. Okay. No, maybe down here, inside, where we'll get a little bit less backlight. Okay, are we ready? Okay, so we're gonna play Malagueña. I know that you're not perfect at it yet, but
This is the first time. Okay, ready? All right, and action. All right. So we're gonna auction off the future NFT, okay? And what are you gonna do with the money from your NFT auction?
I see Alessandro. He's like now brain frozen.
He's gonna spend it on Ethereum.
Of course, Ethereum. He goes crazy over that stuff.
All right. So okay. So let's go ahead. And
Start the auction. Okay, so anybody starting at 300,000 rupiah? 300,000 rupiah. Come on, Dusty. 300. Do I hear 300,000 rupiah? 300,000 for the child first. Okay, I got one. Okay, 300,000. 300,000.
I'm actually doing it.
Okay. No.
I'm actually serious.
It's too late. Okay. Okay. Do I hear 400? 400,000 for Alessandro. Remember, okay, this is also going to include 1 hour of his time. So, I mean, imagine having a 1 hour of Paul McCartney's time. Okay, when, think about that. So, okay, so what 1 hour of his time in the future when he's a famous singer. Okay, 300. I got 300,000. Do I hear 400,000? 400,000. Do I hear 400,000? 400. Do I hear 400. Okay, I got 400,000. 400,000. Okay, do I hear 5? We need 5. 5. Make it even 500,000. Okay, how about 500,000? 500,000. Okay, do I hear 5? 500,000. Do I hear 5? Okay. I got 400,000. Do I hear 5? I got 400,000. Do I hear 5? Was that a bid or are you scratching your ear? Okay, I'm scratching your ear. All right, okay.
I have 500,000.
500,000. Do I hear 5? Okay, 400,000 going once.
I have
400,000 going twice.
Copy. 500,000.
You've been banned from bidding because of your last episode. Okay, so 400,000 sold to the lovely lady. Okay, so that Alessandro, is there anything that you want to go and do, and you want to give her a special song, send her later? Okay, go. Why don't you go over and sing a special song for her? You just walk over there. Just give her. Okay, remember this includes 1 hour of his time, any time in his life. So if he's a super billionaire later on, okay, you can pitch him on your $1 billion idea.
Okay, here, grab the mic.
Really, am I banned permanently, or at the next event I'm able to?
Next year you might be able to participate again.
Bruh. Come on. Bruh.
Make sure that Wirma has your information, and it looks like our next speaker is up online. Tarek is coming on, and he is ready to go. Okay, so I have no idea what Tarek is going to be speaking on.
Yeah, do you want me to take it from here?
Take it over, Heather.
I'll take it from here. Hi, Tarek. Great to have you here. Tarek is CTO of Chingari, and he is going to be speaking about video NFT marketplace, which sounds very interesting. I don't think we've heard anything about video specifically just yet. And we just made our video NFT, so perfect timing. Alessandro, thank you for the musical interlude. That was beautiful. Really, really nice. So now let's hear how we're going to make money off that video NFT, or how your buyer will in the future, huh? She's invested in this now. Tarek leads Chingari, as I said, a Web3 social media startup. And the website where you can learn more is gari.network. Tariq, are you there? Would you like to take it from here?
Yes, hi. I'm not sure what time it is. It's afternoon here, so good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon here as well, Tariq. Yes, we hear you perfectly. Go ahead. Do you have any slides to share or a camera to turn on?
I have turned on my camera. Can you not see me?
No, we don't see you. We just hear you.
I see. My bad.
There you are. There he is. All right.
All right.
Perfect.
Okay.
Do you want to share screen at all, or are we going to watch you?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you sharing screen as well?
No, there's nothing to share. I'll just, yeah.
Good. All right, go ahead, Tariq.
Okay, well, thank you. My name is Tariq. I work lead tech and product at Chingari as CTO. Chingari it's a short video app powered by AI, and really transitioning from being a Web2 company to a Web3 organization. So we're called as a TikTok of India. So while the core video is the important aspect of our product, we have 80 million users on the platform with 5 million DAOs, and these people essentially mostly popular in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. But there's two things that are important on our platform. One is the creators, influencers, and the users really who come and watch the content, and creators who essentially create the content on daily basis. So we started this company about 2 years ago, and we saw huge success during the pandemic. Some of this growth was fueled by the fact that a lot of people were staying in houses, and we sort of solved for the camera tech and the tools, and sort of that allowed users to sort of create videos and edit them smoothly, and therefore upload it, and to a certain extent really get paid for it as part of our creator incentivization. So So as the creator, as we saw a surge in the creators as well as the users, but one of the things was very clear to us: how do we organize ourselves as an organization in a way that where we are rewarding the creators and the users as part of the watch to earn, play to earn, engage to earn. Engage to earn, essentially, you watch, you like, you share the video, you download the video, you save the video. Um, Create to earn is, of course, you create the videos using the camera tools and the creator tools. Watch to earn is, of course, whoever watched the videos. And so one of the things was basically, how do we reward users in a way that, where it's unbiased, it's actually algorithmic in nature, and therefore also that paves the path for more transparency between the creators, influencers, and the users, and of course whoever is on the network, on our platform, the partners and so forth, because we are essentially a content company. So I think the answer was really decentralization. The answer was really to do this in a distributed way. So that's what led us to build, or rather, move Chingari to be a Web3 organization for the kind of a scale that we had. We, in fact, we operate on Solana blockchain. We chose that chain for clear reasons. One is, of course, it has a clear differentiator in terms of high throughput and low latency response times for transactions. Because really, if you look at some of the other chains like Ethereum, it can take up to several minutes, perhaps up to 8 to 10 minutes for a transaction to be concluded. And the same transaction, if you were to send a token, any transaction you were to do, it can be concluded in seconds, in certain cases less than seconds, in case of Solana. So Solana was a reason for really the high throughput and performance. So as part of the journey that we have taken, really is, the first thing was to really get the token out, build the token, right? The token engineering, and really have our token structured in such a way that where a large part of it is attributed to the reserve, the DAO governance, which is almost 25% of the whole tokenomics. And our token is, it's called Agari, and we listed in about 20 plus exchanges. It's essentially a social token. Really, what I want to say here is that now the Gari, as we have launched it, as it is launched, we have recorded about, of the 5 million users, that's a DAO, we have recorded over 400,000 wallet users in the last 4 to 5 weeks on the platform. So that's by far the largest, crypto wallet users basically ramping up in a short period of time. And for a project of our scale, and it's really huge. So now the goals are really some of the things we want to solve for, right, in terms of the creators, and since the title of this is really in blockchain era, creators in blockchain era, is of course we want to incentivize creators, and we want to incentivize our users, and that of course will happen part of some of the algorithms we run in the backend that interact with the smart contract. In certain cases, it's a direct interaction between a client and the smart contract on chain. While the Gari token now acts as an in-app currency on the platform, so you can now watch the video, you can like the video, spend time watching the video, and then you can also create more of this content and therefore be paid through Gari, which is our social token. Now, two things we have solved for is, one is, of course, tip. Now, the discoverability of the content. One of the things was from the feedback as we build the community, because really Web3 is all about the community. Blockchains are really about, the important part of this is community, while blockchain itself is really a technology. It is certainly distributed, it is decentralized. But I think as the Web3 flavor part of it, on top of it, is supplemented by the fact that you have a community, you're building for the community, and now the community has a say in what we build and how we build, and therefore we have open sourced our roadmap for the let's say for the for the whole of year to 2022 and what we have built in 21. So so one of the things is really unlike other platforms, or let's say in scheme of Web 2 companies, where where the network owners, right, where the social media platforms are really the owners of both the user, the data, the interaction, and therefore, the creators, the user does not really have a say over it, right? You cannot even monetize your content, and therefore, these network owners really monetize, advertise your content, and amass a lot of wealth. But I think that changes dramatically in space of Web3, where it solves for a couple of things. One is really transparency, user privacy, and ownership. Because now your content is unique, and it can be basically traced back to you, to the actual owner, the way it works at the level of a smart contract. So and really, unlike other platforms, if you're a creator, you have thousands of followers. You have these real followers and users who like you, and they therefore can actually appreciate you and pay you back. They can sort of reward you. So one of the things we did is to create a tip feature for the purpose of really rewarding creators. So, and we have seen users really, creators and users both really appreciate this feature, where they go ahead and tip their content creators, favorite creators, because one is, of course, you come on the platform, you watch certain content. There are recommendation systems powered by AI that sort of turn out, give you the right content, the most appropriate viral content that you consume on a daily basis. So chances are that you're more likely watching that creator more often. And now what happens is, since we made the content discoverable easily on the platform, so you can now go ahead, tip a creator, and this transaction is very seamless, unlike a lot of other platforms. It's literally like tip. You click on a tip and then sort of enter the amount. And in certain cases, we also fund the transaction. And and there are no rigid rules around when you can withdraw it, and sort of so the funds, the tokens, the crypto is in your in your account, and then you can choose to do several other things with that money as you earn it over time. Is you can withdraw it. You can withdraw it to exchanges. You can actually choose, as we are working on that feature, you can choose to stake it. And then you can also sort of basically then use this to sort of towards creating the creation of the NFT, because you can upgrade a lot of your video to the NFTs. Also, that's something we're working on. So the other thing is also really, now we have also enabled users and creators to sort of boost their rank on the platform, boost their videos, boost their profile. And where also we sort of fund the transaction, and therefore you have a wider reach of your followers. So we've seen we've seen a lot of feedback coming from the communities, essentially around what is the future of this. Where does it take them, really? And I think the answer is really, as we empower creators through the creator tools, right, through the native currency, through the wallet, by rewarding them, by incentivizing them on time, and remain very flexible as a network. And now what happens is, you're also owner of the videos that you curate on the platform, and you can have your top content, the most viral content, converted into the NFTs, and then this NFT essentially can be you can transfer this to it can be sold on different platforms, other marketplaces as well. So Chingari really, the few of the things that we're really doing, to solve for I think in this space is, while video remains the core product, we have a social audio as well, which is where also the conceptually, you can reward creators. You can creators come. It's where the audio essentially becomes the content. The creator becomes the content, because you can speak on various topics, and you'll have followers, and then you can actually gift them virtual gifts. You can buy their merchandise and so forth. Then there's also, we have something around the skills where basically you can create content, video content around courses, and you can sell it to the users. This could be around anything, right? Anything that can be thought as a skill, and it can be, let's say, 30-minute long, a short course on anything where creators can create it and users can actually buy it and sort of do. That's another aspect of how we are looking at this as a platform. So I'll pause here now, and I do want to sort of make sure that if you have anybody has any questions, and but really we're sort of committed to sort of, I think, incentivizing. The larger goal is incentivizing creators with a blockchain economic design to it, where we are transparent and where we're sort of where it's actually for the community. And the other thing about it, this community now has a because now you're a creator, now you have a community, and it's very tight, and the community also has a say over what gets built and over what period of time, and so on and so forth. I'm not sure who's my moderator here, but that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Tariq. Let's give him a round of applause. I think this sounds super fascinating. I'm really, really excited about this, Tariq. Now, can you explain, I'm going to take the first question just very selfishly here. Can you explain the roadmap and how you're launching? Is this only available to people based in India right now? Because I can see you're planning to launch Southeast Asia, then Europe, et cetera, et cetera. How does that work exactly?
We were predominantly available in India, but we have realized the strength of our, the success of the project is fundamentally now going to be as much as we scale and sort of, expand internationally also. Therefore, we launched in Indonesia. We are now expanding to other countries in Southeast Asia also. We will focus on the United States as well.
Singapore's on the list?
I'm sorry?
Is Singapore on your list?
Absolutely, we are. And because really, if you look at Gari from a token, from a cryptocurrency standpoint as well, and we think that we didn't realize this strength earlier while we were mostly in India, but I think we're getting a lot of attention and from the community, and there are investors who are outside of the India because they really love the idea of solving, the creator, empowering creator economy through a cryptocurrency, through a social token. And I think the importance of our project is the kind of a scale that we run at. As I said, 80 million users, 5 million DAO, and the wallet we have a significant conversion of this DAO into the wallet users. And so therefore now our token has a real world utility use cases. As I mentioned, tip, as I mentioned, boost, as I mentioned, there is NFT, there is going to be staking, there is going to be several other things that we want to build. Some of these things are not very well, because in Web3 is all about, as we emerge, as we evolve. So yeah.
Fantastic. I actually think that the launch starting more global is really cool, because one of the things I hate about a lot of social platforms is all of the new features get released in the US first, and then we have a flooded market of all American voices that are thousands of followers ahead of the rest of the world by the time they finally open up to the rest of the world, right? So I think it's great that you're starting in India, and we can, people can gain traction there. Asia can gain traction before we move directly over to the West and give them another platform to listen to, right? So I think that's great. Any questions from the audience? Dante always has a question.
Did you have a question? Here?
Okay, so first of all, I am impressed with your system. I believe it would change like how we use mainstream media in that specific field. So what are the first 5 countries that are not added yet but are going to be added very soon?
I think so. We're looking at really, we're looking at United States. We're looking at Turkey. We're looking at Singapore, of course. These are few. I mean, there was what we had to build was solve for a tech, instrument our systems in a way that where our systems support to go international, and we have spent a large part of that engineering effort to build our systems and to support that expansion. Now it's more of a business objective where we want to go first, really, and sort of right. So I think one is some of these countries that I mentioned, but we do look at ourselves as a global project, because from a crypto standpoint, anybody can come in and buy the cryptocurrency on any of the top 20 exchanges that we're listed on. And as a result, if you really do buy a token, then your interest is also into the project. And because when you read our white paper, you'll find out that there is a real utility use cases around this. And so far we've been delivering these on time. That's an important part. But I don't know if I can answer your question to any more detail. But I mean, really, Southeast Asia remains one of the important regions we want to focus a lot on. But from an investment standpoint, I think we do want to look at US and Europe as well.
Okay. And so I have one more thing that you just gave me an idea for a question. Why not just launch everywhere at once? Like launch everywhere around the world at once. Like it's digital, so you can easily just put like ads and all that stuff to get people into them.
Yeah,
so get people interested.
True. That's a very valid point. I think since it's a short video, that remains the integral part of the platform. That's why people come on the platform, really. Is to make sure that we have the right set of creators, influencers in that specific country, and they curate the right content, and therefore it gets shown to the user. So that's one of the challenges we see at this point, because it's our tech that needs to sort of personalize that experience for the users in that country. As we expand, as we have a more holistic view of how do we onboard creators and more organically, and they create more content, and then it's of course then it's a no-brainer that we're operating globally as possible.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question.
Hi, Emilio here. Amazing project and much needed in the space for the creator. So congratulations. What's your opinion about a possible cooperation with this kind of projects that are emerging for artists and the actual platform, let's say Netflix, Amazon, whatever. I spoke with a person in Bali, which is running something, try to put together something similar. And his point of view was, okay, I want to package the content into NFTs and eventually sell it to whoever is providing the service now, because they will always be better in terms of final user experience, of delivering to the final user. So I would like to know if the future of your initiative will mostly be a standalone project, or eventually you're considering cooperation with actual platform around.
Oh no, I mean, if I understood that correctly, our goal is to remain a pure, let's say, Web3 is a more of a process and paradigm shift, and of course there is decentralization to it. But I think one of the goals is really to stay true to solving for the creator economy through this process, through these decentralization, through our native currency app, and as we also build a video marketplace, that's going to be a global product from India, just like you have OpenSea and SoulSea to the world of generative art. And we want to build similarly for the video, where anybody can actually upload a video and mint it, create an NFT out of it. And the differentiator is going to be how quickly and easily can you really mint it and make it accessible and sort of there's a lot of nuances right now in terms of minting and creating NFTs for creators and their discoverability and them connecting with their fans, and we want to solve for that as well. While the smart contracts will remain a very important aspect of it, the blockchain will remain an important aspect of it. It can be done only on the blockchain. That's what we are headed towards. Yeah. In fact, one of the ways we're not big on advertising as of today, but we do look at other crypto, other Web3 companies to come onto the network and sort of partner with us, and if they see benefit of reaching out to the scale of users that we have.
I see. So just to make it clear, when you talk about video NFT, you probably talk about short videos, not like a movie or something like that, right?
To begin with, it'll be a short video. Ours is a very short video. It's less than a second, but the video marketplace will be open to any short form content, video on demand. Will it be? Can we do mint movies also? It remains to be seen, but we want to start with very short video and short video.
I see. What do you mean by other Web3 companies to reach out? You mean layer 1 blockchain for integration, or you mean other NFT marketplaces, or who are you referring to?
Other crypto projects, other Web3 projects, basically, right? It's more of that, right? One Web3 project supporting another. Because ours is, as I said, we like to think if the second biggest project of our scale. So we have a wider reach, basically. So I think if somebody wants to advertise their Web3 or an NFT project or a crypto project or their token or their whatever they're solving to wallet users, to crypto users, of that many users on the network, then I think we're a good choice for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Tariq, are the videos, my brain is still in Web 2, so I'm trying, I know I need to think in Web 3, but of course I'm comparing it back to Web 2. Is this sort of like a TikTok platform in the sense that it's short video content? And is that content then open for anyone to view? And then, people are rewarded by watching, or they have to purchase the video NFT to view it. How does this work? Or what kind of comparison can you give me so I can get it straight in my head?
The project started as like a TikTok of India in a way that, of course, when TikTok was banned, and that in fact contributed to our growth in the country. But early this year that we sort of took this direction of being a Web3 company where we decided to have our own social token, native currency, which will become a native currency for all payments, transactions, and therefore essentially will be used to reward the creators and users. Earlier, we used to do that through fiat, which was a Web2 centralized model, but now it's a decentralized and through our Gari token. I think I spoke this while before, and is you can create content and get paid for it. Creators now make a sizable share of money. Now, what we have observed is creators earlier used to do this as a part-time job to create content, and we see a very serious and a positive trend of them treating this as a full-time gig to create content, to curate content, and earn decent amount of money, basically. So as a creator on the videos on our platform. Similarly for the users, as they engage more, right? As they engage more, which is right, they watch, or as they watch more and more, they earn for this as well. They get paid through cryptocurrency for that as well. Yeah.
It's fascinating. I think that's going to be an amazing platform for a lot of creators, especially ones who are doing this full time now. I think you're right that people want to do this all the time, not just as a side project. So very interesting. Any other questions here in the room? Let me check if there's anything online. No? No? Then I think it might be time to pass back to King Arthur here to close up our.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Tony.
Tarek.
Okay, have a wonderful day. Thanks for spending time with us, and great stuff.
Thank you so much. I would have loved to be in Bali. You know, I see people are chilling there. Thank you.
Yeah. We welcome you next year. All right. Bye-bye.
I will. Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. So here's what's going to happen. So right now, Tarek was our last speaker. You know what that means, right? Okay, it means that it's time for you to stand up, go over to the camera over there, and give us testimonials about how awesome NFT Bali is. Yay!
Actually, are we doing group photos?
Oh yeah, group photo. Oh yeah. Well, we do have some photos of like people when we were but a group photo would be awesome. Should we do it down by the swimming pool or in front of the bookcase? What do you guys want to do? Down by the river? You want to do it here in the bookcase so you look smart?
Bookcase.
I think we have a captive audience here.
Yeah, bookcase is good. Okay, so we'll do the bookcase. So okay, we're gonna move the guy. Let's see, maybe Ferry, Kadek, somebody else. Ferry's there. Okay, so maybe we can move some of the couches a little bit back so we can have everybody standing back here, and then we can take a picture.
I think Saturday on the couches, Saturday night couches.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's an excellent idea. Yeah.
I am smart.
You do. You are pretty smart. I like that. Okay. So everybody start coming over here so we can get you. In here. And Dante, you want to go get the camera from your mom? Oh, there's mom. There's mom. Okay, we can, we've got like Bintang in the picture so we can show how everybody's been having a good time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yay! Everybody say something like, wow! One of the things that we would really appreciate is if you can go over here where Mario is, and Mario will hey Mario, say hi. Mario, and Mario will just kind of make some simple testimonials, maybe give us like 1 minute or less on what you feel about NFT Bali, and then just kind of give us some quick testimonials. People really grateful.
That's all I'm buying books.
I don't know if it's worse than Houston, but it has its downfall side. So I've heard it's really expensive now, but I'm like, oh, like but still, it's just
So 5 o'clock, so we're going to have some live entertainment.
more settled. Basically, it's